go.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Don't be creepy.
I don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Your name, please?
How rude.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent
Right.
at this juncture.
I see that you know your judo.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Illegal.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Don't be creepy.
Illegal.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What you talking about?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Follow the ritual.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Come on!
Phrasing.
That's hot.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. This journey through the abyss could be dangerous. Alright. Another day, another galactic dollar. The preemptive shoutouts here are Aaron W, Moen Noep, Robot Cat 123 in the Twitch chat. Disco Wolf coming in a close fourth. PB, Schmegley. Who else is here? Let's see, Styx Dragon, Sharon. Or is it Sharon? I think it's Sharon. I think I'm saying it wrong. Bruno Batati. I don't think I've ever seen you before, but good to see you. Soul Life, of course. Here, modding, as usual? Sure. Donald James X. Good to see you as well. I think that's everybody. And it's good to see you all. Oh, FG got in there right at the end. Good to see you as well. Okay. We got stuff to talk about, that's right. Hell of a lot of stuff. But thankfully, we have each other to get through it. Let's see, what's on the list first? Of course. A little known place called America. I guess we'll start here. CBS News from 6 hours ago. Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester on U.S. political violence.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
I want to bring in Delaware Democratic Congresswoman and U.S. Senate candidate Lisa Blunt Rochester. She is also a Harris campaign co-chair. Congresswoman, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
First and foremost, I'd like to get your response to what unfolded, and also, do you know, as a member of Congress, when and if you might be briefed on this?
Well, first of all, I will start off by saying that we are glad that the former president is safe. We are grateful, again, to law enforcement for their response. And, you know, it just points to the fact that there is really no place in our country for this political kind of violence. And I think President Biden said it well. This is an opportunity for us as members of Congress. We go back into session tomorrow for the next 2 weeks. And while we have a lot on our plate, making sure that we are safe is one of the priorities. And so, you know, to me, it just points to just a challenging time. I mean, I was thinking back over just the time that I've been engaged in representing even my state. Even before that, we had Gabby Giffords and the situation that happened with her constituents at a shopping center. Since I've been in Congress, Steve Scalise, Republican.
She almost called him Skeet Scalise. Skeet Scalise. By the way, you're starting off with a record number of emotional support characters. Just gonna point that out to you because by we I mean me. I fell short on last stream, wasn't able to properly give you your support characters, and you've already started off this with looks like 20 likes. So 5. You have 5 whole support characters. It is unprecedented. Truly historical moment. Let's see how far we can get. We're only 15 minutes in as it on so. The sky is the limit.
From Louisiana, again, attempted, actually, he was actually shot as well. And then we look at, Paul Pelosi. These kinds of actions are there's no place for this in our politics. How we settle these things is at the ballot box. You put out your positions where you stand on things, people vote. That's how we participate. And so we in Congress are looking at ways to make sure that we deal with these things. But I think all of us, in terms of all of us creating an environment and making sure that the temperature is lowered is very, very important. I'm glad that, as Vice President Harris, even in her most recent speech at the DNC, talked about turning the page on these kinds of activities.
Okay. Cool, I think that gets us going. Good enough. We don't need to watch an entire CBS piece to start this stream off. Totally unnecessary. Just figured we would get the vibes going. As we do have more political violence to talk about. You may have been guessing. I would I would assume we did talk about it yesterday, but we're going to quickly talk about it again here. And that being the second attempted assassination on Donald Trump's life in this particular election cycle. I mean, I guess this is really just ever that I'm aware of. But yeah, let's start that discussion off here. Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago. Breaking news. Oh, wait, hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news. Suspect in second Trump attempted assassination will appear in court today. Suspect in second Trump assassination will appear in court today. The man arrested in connection with what authorities call a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump Sunday is scheduled to appear in court for the first time Monday, multiple outlets reported. Ryan Wesley Routh, who was identified by multiple news outlets as the man arrested Sunday, is expected to appear in federal court for the Southern District of Florida in West Palm Beach Monday morning, where he could face charges. No federal court documents have been made publicly available as of 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Monday. Routh was reportedly the suspect arrested Sunday after the FBI said Secret Service agents spotted a gun poking out of a fence at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach. Whether or not the gunman fired any shots at the former president and current candidate is unclear at this time. But the suspect fled the scene, leaving behind an AK-47 style gun with a scope, two backpacks, and a GoPro camera. Okay. Thank you, Forbes, for the very succinct wrap up of what's going on with all of this. Sometimes Forbes is on the ball, you know? I mean, they're always getting the content out. The quality of the content is incredibly varied. Sometimes they hit it. They're like, hey, here's some actual good content to use. And it's like, wow, really good job, Forbes. The fact is, Forbes probably puts out like 200 videos a day, I swear to God. Like, I swear it takes me like a half hour just to go through their channel, like on a daily basis. Be like, okay, what Forbes Clip Factory clips are we going to put on the channel today? Literally takes forever. All right, let's go here. Associated Press from 11 hours ago, where Joe Biden commented on the recent attempt on Donald Trump's life. Let's see what the president has to say.
Do you have any more?
Well.
Do you have any more information on the assassination attempt?
I think thank God, the president's okay.
You're the president, idiot. What are you doing, dude? God damn, I'm so glad this guy's going. I could not be more thrilled that Joe Biden is out right now, because this guy he can't even remember who's president right now. He's president, but he's calling Donald Trump the president. What is he doing? I mean, oh my God. I'm staying in the race.
We're down there tonight, but one thing I want to make clear: the service needs more help, and I think the Congress should respond to their needs if they in fact need more services. So that's what we're going to be talking about.
Are you concerned more money, or they need more personnel? They need more money. What kind of help do you say?
I think we need some more personnel. I think they're deciding.
He's just. I think he's just guessing right now. He just came out. Honestly, Joe's just winging it now. I don't think he, like, Let's be real. Joe's just fucking winging it now. He doesn't have to win an election. It's a lame duck presidency in every possible way. And he's just, you know, he's just doing whatever. And, you know, hopefully that doesn't bring down the rest of the Democrats with it, but hey, you know, he did a pretty good job up until like October of last year, and then things really got bad. So, I don't know. I think it's probably for the best that he just sort of fades off here. You're tired and this show is messing, my show is messing with your sleep? Bob, I am sorry for that. It is not my intention to be destroying anybody's sleep schedule. This is late night sleep. I mean, now I'm saying it. God damn it. Look what you've started. This is late night space radio for a reason, for people who can't sleep. It's not, you know, to keep people intentionally awake through the night. That's, come on, I mean, wow. For those already awake, you know, and needing more news-related content, well, that's what the fuck we're here for. At least the live stream. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have been clipping lately. I know I went like 6 full months without really clipping anything. But I'm doing it now. Nearly religiously, on a regular basis. I'm trying to get clips out every day. So do try and make sure that you catch those if for whatever reason you don't tend to be awake late at night. I've been premiering clips during the day so you can at least catch some of the biggest news, hopefully, as long as I do my job right. Okay, let's go here. For you, it is 5:50 a.m. You must be across the pond in the UK. 294, 500. That's right, we're getting closer. We are getting closer. If you're, for whatever reason, watching the stream right now, hearing my voice, and you're not subscribed, or if you think you're subscribed, even just take a look. Just make sure that you are. Look at that button, and if you're not subscribed, click that thing, so you can get all the galactic content. You know, literally at the touch of your fingertips, or the tips, or whatever the phrase is. Where are we going next? All right, France 24 English from 5 hours ago. Was Donald Trump's latest assassination attempt staged?
A what now?
Let's find out.
Let's deal with some of the possible fake news surrounding this event. Let's bring in Catalina Marshall-Debro, Truth or Fake. Catalina, great to see you. Was Donald Trump's assassination attempt staged? Some people are saying this. Tell us more.
Exactly, Mark. Some people are saying this. These are the rumors circulating online where users claim that Trump's team sent out fundraising emails almost immediately following Donald Trump's latest assassination attempt at his Florida golf.
You know what's hilarious about this? When I found this and I heard this, I was like, oh my god. Did Bob Carmody predict this tiny piece of all of this? Because if you recall, Bob, you were in chat saying something when we were talking about this yesterday, I guess, and had said, has he sent out fundraising emails yet? And man, did that come way too close to the mark on all of this.
On a Sunday. Here we have one example of these claims where this user says fundraising emails ready to go in minutes, feels completely staged. We have this other example of this user.
Oh no. I just saw a Twitch notification go by without any sound. Why has this been happening late? This happened twice in the last week or something. So annoying. Okay, well, hopefully that fixes itself. I don't know why this decided to not make the Twitch notification sounds. I can see them. I think everybody else can see them too. But, can't hear shit.
also claiming that it was staged. These claims mainly shared by pro-Democrat or anti-Trump accounts on X. For example, this user SGT Joker, who in his bio includes vets against Trump, vets for Harris, and vets for Waltz. As they include in these posts both the fundraising request email that you could see right here that was sent by the Trump campaign, as well as a screenshot of the Trump campaign website with the fundraising message following the assassination attempt.
Sorry. But this email is fucking hilarious. There were gunshots in my vicinity. Sorry. There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted you to hear this first. I am safe and well.
So did the Trump campaign actually send out this fundraising email immediately after the alleged assassination attempt?
We found these claims to be misleading, Mark, since they do not correspond to the actual chronology of facts following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. CNN reports that the Palm Beach sheriff actually said during a Sunday news conference that his office was informed at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time that shots were fired by the Secret Service when agents fired at a man who had a rifle in the bushes along the perimeter of the Trump International Golf Club. Our team was also able to verify this email in question that was sent by the Trump campaign to one of our journalists here at France 24 that you saw earlier, Ketafan Gorgestani. This is the I am safe and well email sent at our local time here at 10:37 p.m. GMT +2, so our local time here in Paris, meaning 4:37 p.m. Eastern time in.
Aww. Damn. Well, I guess that means it wasn't fake. Seems pretty clear. All the evidence seems to point to this email having come out hours after the fact. Although that's pretty quick too. I mean, they're really on the ball over there. I mean, pretty immediately got those fundraising emails out there. But of course, really, if anything, the Donald Trump campaign is a money-making vehicle. Truly. More than anything else, that is a fact. Okay. Yeah, so rather than directly after, it was a few hours, so that makes sense. I could probably put together a fundraising email in a few hours. You stand by your predictions, and I think you should. Alright, let's go here. CBS News from 6 hours ago. Wrap this all up. Trump said to return to campaign trail after apparent assassination attempt.
Prior to the apparent assassination attempt, former President Trump was already scheduled to take a break from campaigning today, but he is set to return to the trail tomorrow. He'll be in Michigan to host a town hall, marking his first public event since yesterday's apparent assassination attempt. CBS News campaign reporter Jake Rosen is following the Trump campaign for us from Washington. Jake, after the first assassination attempt in Butler, we saw some immediate changes take place, both with Trump's security detail and the implementation of bulletproof shields at his outdoor venues. Should we expect to see more changes implemented? Will this have any impact on his planned schedule?
Well, it's certainly possible, Lindsay. As you and I discussed yesterday, the Secret Service had used not just that bulletproof glass, but also shipping containers and big rig trucks to block the sight line around the former president. Obviously, that applies to more formal, on the record.
Circle the glass. Circle the glass, everybody. Got a very... oh, God. Got some very important stuff to tell you about.
Events, not the former president golfing and the activities that he's done when he's not officially campaigning. So we'll see whether that changes, but also whether, as Donald Trump, who loves to go golfing pretty consistently down in Florida, in New Jersey, whenever he is not on the road.
I was thinking that to myself. I was like, this is gonna really cut into Donald Trump's golfing schedule. I mean, jeez. Ugh. Poor guy.
How does the security perimeter look like when he's doing that? Do they completely close the golf course and the perimeter around like they would do if Donald Trump was president, versus now that because
he needs a personal Iron Dome? I wonder, yeah, see, they have a lot of funding. They've raised like what, like $500 million over this election? Should be able to afford it, you would think. How much does the Iron Dome cost for Israel? I know it's not 100% effective, but I think they could get it done for $500 million. For one man? Yeah, it seems doable. Like we were talking about yesterday, you know? A spherical Pope-mobile, something that he can kind of like walk with at all times, sort of propelled by his body movement. Or what was the other one? I mean, it was the exact same thing, but it was a different term we were using. A bulletproof Zorb. Yeah, a bulletproof Zorb would probably solve this situation. Does everybody know what a Zorb is? Maybe we should watch a video of what Zorbing is. Is this a ridiculous tangent to take right now? The Iron Umbrella. That's funny. I like that idea too. Very smart chatters around here, always coming up with brilliant strategies and things. What was I doing? I had a plan. Oh yes, Zorbing. A Trump-sized Las Vegas sphere. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Alright, this is a Zorb. Actually, let's watch this one. This one's even better. This is people, this is Zorb fails. Let's watch Zorb fails. This should be good entertainment. Just for a moment before we go back to the news. So as you can see on the left side, these balls are Zorbs. Yeah? By the fence line.
Cheers, Maddie. Just like the movie.
Oh shit, she's about to get splatted. Oh my god. Oh no. She got Zorbed real hard right there.
I don't know. Let's go to what?
Is this an indoor Zorb incident? And this is the problem with this theory or plan of ours, because having Zorbs inside is never a good idea. Is this a Zorb inside of a gravity? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that was bad. That's why you don't. That's. I don't know if you all know what that was. It was hard to tell. I didn't pick up on it until the very end of it. But that was one of those. It's one of those tubes that they have for indoor skydiving experiences, and I guess some idiot thought it would be a good idea to put a Zorb into one of them.
A lot faster.
Seems like one of the most ill-advised things of all time. Yeah, if we can just get Donald Trump a bulletproof version of one of these things. Oh my fucking god. Just took that dude out. Okay. Desorbed hard. Desorbed. Yeah, that's exactly the correct terminology. A desorbing.
Just a candidate for president. They do not do that entirely larger perimeter. In terms of his campaign events, Donald Trump will be in Michigan, then he will be in New York on Wednesday, and then he will be in North Carolina on Saturday. I've been told by the Trump campaign there are no changes to his campaign schedule after yesterday's assassination attempt.
This is just this.
Okay, cool. So apparently he's gonna be going on as usual, doing outdoor rallies because nobody will rent out indoor space to him because he has just so consistently decided not to pay different venues for having hosted Trump rallies. I guess he must think that hosting the rally is in itself some sort of reward. And considering Trump's sort of narcissistic personality, I feel like that actually makes sense, now that I'm saying it out loud. Let's go here. PBS NewsHour from a day ago. What matters? Oh, this is hilarious. I forgot about what this is. Okay, so let's watch this from PBS NewsHour. By the way, we have exactly 50 days to the presidential election voting day here. And there are still people out there who are supposedly undecided. Let's see who some of these idiots are. I mean, people. Excuse me.
Less than 2 months until the election, and we can hear the candidates' voices nearly every day. But what about voters? Since June, the NewsHour has followed a group of undecided voters from across the country and across the political spectrum. In our latest installment of the Deciders series, we found some movement and a lot of thoughts.
My name is Stephen Beck, and I'm from Madison, Alabama. In past election cycles, I have not been undecided. This would probably be the first time I've been truly undecided, especially this late in the game.
My name is Jessica Dalton. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. Undecided, I think, is too vague of a term. I've always been open to listen to what each candidate has to offer and making my decision based on who the candidate is rather than what the party is offering.
I'm Zach Warren, and I'm 35 years old, based in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I'm one of those voters that does wait to the last second. I remember even back to like 2008 and 2000.
Now, one thing that seems to be a theme among all these people, at least from what I can tell from where they're filming, they seem to all be doing decently well. Unless that woman's living in that hotel. She seems to have enough money to be in a hotel. This guy's got a pretty sweet man cave or whatever this is. I don't know. I guess my point is that all the undecided people seem to... their lives seem to be going fine, and they just don't seem to be thinking about politics, or it doesn't seem to be affecting their lives at all. They don't seem to be thinking about it in that way. And there's just so many dumb things that I wanted to address, but I don't, you know what? I don't think it's worth it.
2012 and 16, I always wake up on election day and make that choice, because there's a lot of things that can happen between now and November.
Oh, so much stuff. Oh my God. That's the dumbest thing said yet. There was some dumb stuff already said. Like not worrying about what the party believes, as if that's somehow a viable thing to do in a presidential election, as if a president doesn't bring along everything a party is planning to offer, right? Secondly, like this guy over here saying so much can happen between now and November. What are you talking about? What when people say stuff like that? Especially individuals like this, when they're talking about their vote, what in the fuck is this guy talking about? I really wish, and they don't really go into it, like what this guy's political actual beliefs are or whatever else, but it doesn't make any sense. What is he waiting to hear exactly? You know, it's pretty easy to figure out what the two of them are about, just on a general vibes-based sort of thing. So I feel like he must be waiting for something very, very, very specific, or to hear something just shocking that's gonna. I mean, it's a weird thing to say.
I have to choose between Kamala or just not voting for the president in this election.
I'm Robert Lilly. I'm from Wickenburg, Arizona. I typically don't decide, and for sure, I'm not 100% until election time.
My name is Anna, and I live in the suburb of Phoenix, Arizona. Before the debate, I was already against Trump. That's not happening. I don't trust either of them as commander-in-chief or even as necessarily head of
Commander-in-chief? She doesn't trust anybody as commander-in-chief. That's such an antiquated thing. Nobody talks about that anymore. I'm pretty sure most people here probably know what that means, but it's like so out of the discussion right now. What a wild thing to say. And the fact that she can't decide who would be a better commander-in-chief, Donald fucking Trump or Kamala Harris. She is not doing either enough research or soul-searching, one of the two.
That neither lived up to my expectations. One of the things that I had difficulty with throughout the entire debate was the lack of specifics.
It's
wow. Okay, I think we've heard enough of these undecided individuals' thoughts and feelings about this election. Honestly, it is shocking that so much is riding on people such as this. That's really where it's at right now. You know, people such as those who find themselves in this chat, I think, are not necessarily the ones that they are worried about. Right? It's, you know, these are the people they're going after. Many of us, I think, have already made up our minds, right? That's why I find it so objectionable to hear somebody suggesting that they're waiting for an October surprise. Like, what are you... Like, what? In a world as partisan as it is right now, if you can be that undecided, this deep into things, I question a lot. I have so many questions that I don't think we can go through each and every one of them right now. Okay. Now, let's move along to... Oh, wait a second. Oh, shit. Gotta hydrate. Almost forgot, because the sound isn't going off, and it's totally throwing my shit. Totally throwing my shit into a loop here. Alright. Thank you for keeping me hydrated, Schmegley. That's very thoughtful of you. And I see the applause, Mono. I'm not sure what for that is, but I'll take that too. Let's go here. This is the Majority Report with Sam Cedar from a day ago. Fox hosts can't stop crying about Trump's debate.
The debate fallout continues for Donald Trump. As I mentioned just a second ago, the ratings for this debate were extremely high, 31% higher than the debate earlier in the year between Biden and Trump, where it was such a disaster that Biden eventually had to drop out of the race, and Trump declared victory in that instance. But it was really just him letting Biden fall on his face and going like, hey, gee, look at this over here.
We said on the night, like, Trump himself wasn't impressive, and
I'm
if
staying
Biden
in
could,
the
like,
race.
you know, find the camera and know what time it was and, like, you know, draw full clock, you know, that would have been apparent to everybody. And exactly
Exactly what happened with
exactly
Harris.
what we said was going to happen is if you replace Biden with Harris happened.
I mean, Harris did exceptionally well in this debate, but it should also be noted that, like, a lot of Democrats would have done really well because Trump is a target-rich candidate, and that is such an understatement. I don't even know how else to articulate it. I mean, he's under multiple criminal investigations. He's been found civilly liable for sexual abuse.
Recently.
Like, is a complete lunatic. Went on stage and talked about they're eating the dogs, they're stealing your pets. I can't get it out of my head. What, you have it here, Matt? Oh, not quite yet. But maybe we'll play in the fun half. People have been remixing it. Like, that was the viral. We were wondering what was the viral moment going to be that came out of this debate, and Trump just voluntarily handed it out.
At first, I thought it was going to be the throwing JD under the Vance thing, but yeah.
JD under the Vance. The Vance bus. What are you testing over there? What is this testing going on? Sorry, I'm just gonna move this forward a little bit.
Are popular, and what's really unpopular is Trump whining constantly about how he actually won the 2020 election when we know that wasn't the case, and in particular, the January 6th stuff. Just average people are turned off by it. So Fox and Friends is imploring him to stay away from January 6th. Let's see what they have to say about it.
You know, Brian talked about how 61 million Americans watched the debate the other night, which is 16 million more than watched the Joe Biden-Donald Trump debate a couple months earlier. but the vast majority of the people who watched were over 55 years old. And there are so many people who do not get their news from the television, and they get clips and
Why are
stuff
they
like
so
that.
late? Why are these debates so late?
Well, it's
What the fuck?
Oh, you mean
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock
at the day?
Oh, my God.
They historically have been at 9 o'clock. What's made this cycle so weird is the fact that the Republicans walked away from the Presidential Commission on Presidential Debates over a year ago.
Democrats too.
Oh, you're saying Ronna McDaniel?
Yeah, she walked away from them. They disengaged in the last cycle, and so there were always three. Now we may only have one between the two of them because
Steve, there was two during the pandemic year. The 2020, there was only two. And none was none were foreign policy. We haven't had foreign policy debate since 2016.
But ultimately, they were the brokers
So
who figured
disappointed.
out who the moderators are going to be and stuff like that. And now that's why.
What is Donald Trump going to say about foreign policy? We're going to put a wall around the United States, make everybody pay tariffs.
Such a patchwork of, is there going to be another one? Who's it up to? We'd all like to see another debate.
But I would say I was never happy with the moderators.
That's true.
No more beaches, just walls. Nobody's allowed in or out.
It was controversy with the moderators with the commission, too. We found out how they really thought.
The more
There were some
debates,
changes
the
at last
better.
minute.
Don't touch on January 6th. We all
Unless
know
you-
about January 6th. We're
unless-
sick of that. We need
Unless you're the wrong kind of American, and then you're definitely going out before we finish the wall. That's the plan.
to move on. I want to hear about education. I want to hear about some of the issues.
I will give CNN credit for the first.
He gave some CNN credit. I mean, of course they did, because they didn't do any fact checking purposefully. They announced before the debate, we're not going to fact check. And that, I mean, look, I don't agree with that practice. I think it's silly, but that was clear to Biden. It was on Biden then to be able to dispel those things. He was incapable of doing so.
I'm fact checker in chief.
Come on, man. And that is why Trump came out as the winner of that.
Was that a George Bush impression? Matt Leck just pulled out the random George Bush impression.
Debate. But this was like, he actually had to answer for things that he said and things that he's done, and he can't do that. So part of why Ainsley, he's not dropping January 6th is because he can't drop January 6th, because his brain will not allow him to do that. She goaded him so easily with every little thing. He falls for all of this and takes the bait so easily. So your problem is that you have a crazy person at the top of the ticket whose lack of discipline is a major liability.
Yeah, Donald Trump could have switched the conversation at any point to foreign policy, but he just kept falling for every single little hook that Kamala Harris left dangling there. How many times did he interrupt the debate moderators to say, wait, no, I have to respond to that. What she said was ridiculous. Oh, God. What do we have else to look at here today? Politically. Oh, we got a few things. First, let's look at how voters in a few different places felt about the debate. Here's AP Archive with the take. First, we'll start in New York Times. New York's Times. They misspelled it. They called it Times. Oh my God. Okay. All right. New York's Times Square.
Absolutely, Kamala won. She was articulate, well-spoken, and energized, whereas Trump was all about anger and hate.
Oh my God!
Harris won the debate.
Oh God! Just a sad-looking Autobot walking down the sidewalk.
I was just thinking about it as I was walking. I thought Harris won the debate. I think she commanded the stage. I think he looked confused, tired. Most importantly, he looked beaten and submissive to her. So I thought she dominated him in a way that historically we
dominated.
Dominated in 2016 all of his Republican colleagues. Here, she was able to make him look weak and submissive.
I think the moments that stood out the most was when he was just rambling on about the most absurd things and people coming into this country eating dogs and cats.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Well, I think it was pretty
the geese are in
that,
peril.
he was talking about people eating dogs and cats. I mean, really. Or we never knew
Everybody
that
is talking
came
about
for sex changes, too. You know, these millions of immigrants who are destroying our country come here for sex changes. So that's new to me.
Yeah, because it's not real.
I was really, really worried that Kamala, was going to kind of drop the ball like Biden did. But I think she handled it well.
He sounds disappointed. Okay, All right. That was New York City. And Times Square. Let's go to North Carolina and see how people there felt about the debate performances of the presidential candidates.
There were a few questions that it didn't seem like were answered very clearly by both candidates, but I feel like at the end of the day, Kamala Harris really articulated the best of what she's going to do for the country.
So I've been watching the debates through all of his multiple campaigns, and I have to say he came out weaker than I thought, and weaker than he had performed in the other debates that I had seen. It was...
I'm very disappointed by the lack of accents from these people. Are you sure this is North Carolina?
He underestimated her as a debater, and he paid the price for that, unfortunately.
She did well. Like I said, I feel like she presented very well. She was eloquent and was able to answer every question that was asked truthfully for the most part, and also answering them showing a reflection of her as well and what she would be able to bring to the possible presidency.
Oh, she did a way better job. I was planning on voting for Biden just because I would never vote for Donald Trump, and Biden did not do well in the last debate at all. It was pretty embarrassing, but I feel like Kamala did a really good job, and she kind of let Trump just talk and dig himself into his own hole.
He didn't do a really good job at communicating. He just continued to talk about these fear-mongering points, and I think it did him and his campaign a complete disservice.
Woof. All these from these few people that the Associated Press found willing to talk to them. They all seem to think that Donald Trump lost the debate. And that Kamala Harris answered the questions better than he did. Seems like everybody seems to think the same stuff. However, New Yorkers seemed very focused on the cats and dogs. Not gonna lie. Perhaps to be expected. New Yorkers just love a headline. Okie dokie. What else do we got to talk about? We got some polls to look at here. Let's go to CNN. See the results of a new Harris-Trump poll after the debate. This was from 9 hours ago.
So, there was this brand new poll from ABC News and Ipsos which showed Kamala Harris up by 6 points over Donald Trump among likely voters. So what's the problem for the Harris campaign, then, you ask? Well, with us now, CNN senior data reporter at an undisclosed location somewhere. I don't know. Oh, you're still right here? Harry is at an undisclosed location to explain
Undisclosed? That sounds sketchy,
why
Harry.
this poll in and of itself isn't either A, surprising, or B, that great news for Harry.
That sounds very sketchy. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's Harry who's being sketchy. I'm starting to think that CNN has Harry locked in a basement so that he can just keep coming up with charts for them to put on air. Are you under duress right now, Harry? Blink twice if you're...
All right, so, you know, it's not
Oh,
that
he just blinked
surprising,
twice.
Mr. Berman, from my undisclosed location. You'll never guess where I am. So take a look here. National polls in the last month, including leads within the margin of error. Look, Kamala Harris leads in pretty much every single national poll. She's led in 9 of the polls that have been released over the last month. Trump has just led in 1 national poll over the last month, and we've had 1 tie. So the fact that a national poll shows Kamala Harris ahead, not really much of a surprise because, John, pretty much all of them do.
And the thing is, Harry, thanks to the founding fathers, this isn't a national election.
It's the one good poll.
Is it? Oh, now you're
It's the only good poll.
There's Harry, still in an undisclosed location, but at least virtually behind me, making me very nervous. All right, Harry, talk
What
to
is
us
happening
about
at CNN?
what the states look like, the battleground states.
Trying to do
so,
comedy.
Look, this is about the Electoral College, right? So let's take a look at the average margin. Nationally, Harris is ahead in the average poll by 2.5 points. But look in those 7 key battleground states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Harris is only ahead by 0.3.
And we can attest to that here. We've looked at these polls over and over again. I mean, we've been looking at the every single one of those states practically, I don't know, 3 times a week. And I think everybody here has seen at least one of these days where we did that. And yeah, I mean, we haven't averaged them out down to a particular number at any time, but in my head, that checks out. I mean, the highest she had in any of these states was like, what, 3%? And then a bunch of them were much closer, like 0.2%, like what they're saying.
Points, John. So the bottom line is, in those 7 key battleground states, it's a significantly tighter race than it is nationally, John.
So Al Gore and Hillary Clinton are calling right now, Harry, asking what the chances are that Harris could win the popular vote but lose in the Electoral College.
Okay, so basically, you note that 2.5 point lead nationally here, right? Okay, Harris's chances, if she wins the popular vote by 2 to 3 points, the chance she wins the Electoral College is only 53%. The bottom line is, you have to get all the way north to about 3 to 4 points for Harris to have a clear chance, the clear majority chance of winning the Electoral College.
Well, there's our democracy at work. Good old Electoral College coming in to object to popular vote. As you can see here, she's going to need to win it by 3 to 4 points to have any definite shot here. I mean, 50-50 is, I mean, a real shot too, technically. But yeah, but the fact is that nationally she is pretty close to that. We've looked at the Reuters Ipsos poll recently where she's up 5 nationally. So she's technically there right now. But the battleground states are going to be super important too. So really, you know, don't take too much from any of these things. It's going to come down really state by state on essentially on the night. I mean, people are already voting now, early voting and whatnot.
Illegal.
But let's stop with the polls. Enough polls. Let's talk about a different situation. Wait, hold on. I gotta refresh my list. One quick second here. Please reload faster. There we go. All right. What are we talking about first? Ah, yes, that's what I thought. I knew I switched these around. All right, let's go to CBS News from 8 hours ago. Kamala Harris seeks Teamsters union endorsement.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Washington focusing on building union support. She's set to hold a roundtable with labor leaders at the Teamsters headquarters. CBS News politics reporter Zach Hudak is following the Harris campaign for us from Washington. Zach, good to see you. What is Harris saying first in light of this incident?
She has been expressing concern, but has mostly not been commenting on the incident, and has not been. Her campaign is not commenting on the tweet that Elon Musk sent out last night.
Oh my God, I
asking
forgot
why
about
no one
this.
was trying to assassinate her or President.
Yeah, I forgot about this. Hold on. Sorry, we're gonna have to take a quick. We're gonna have to take a quick fucking detour. Ah. Such a stupid thing to say. How is this man in charge of anything? Can anybody explain it to me? How is Elon Musk in charge of literally anything? It defies all logic. I mean, especially when you look at a tweet such as this. Please hold. Such as this. This is good old Elon beauty, which has now been deleted. But he said, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala. The thinking face emoji. What? This guy needs help. Professional help. And to not be in charge of people.
Biden. So they are staying away from it, but showing their support as they need to. We also saw yesterday President Biden call for Congress to give greater resources to the Secret Service to protect him, protect VP Harris, protect former President Trump, and all of them. That's really an example of the Democrats also seeing that there is a need here to increase security on some level for the former president.
What are you hearing about the need, or whether there is any talk right now about any changes for Harris and Walz's security?
There's talk about it.
Well,
There's nothing concrete that is.
No, you're all right about this, right? Like, the thought emoji was sinister as fuck. It's like he's saying to his entire whatever millions of followers, you know, gee, one of you should maybe, you know, think about doing something like this. You know, it's incredibly irresponsible.
Happened yet, but I do think we can expect in the coming days and weeks both campaigns being far less inclined to hold events outdoor and to put their candidates in situations where they're interacting with members of the public in an uncurated way, in a way that someone who they've not screened or cleared could get near the principal. So I think we are going to see things like that and things like smaller events whenever possible, so that it is an easier load for the Secret Service to keep these folks safe.
Well, today, Harris, as we mentioned, is meeting with Teamsters in Washington. How crucial is union support for her campaign, and what case is she trying to make?
It is as crucial as it could be. We're seeing more and more focus on blue-collar workers in the so-called blue wall Rust Belt states, such states like Michigan, Wisconsin, even part of Pennsylvania, many of which are seen as must-win states for these candidates. President Biden had long union support, always called himself Union Joe, and he actually announced his presidential run the past cycle in Pittsburgh at a union event. So VP Harris has some cred from her association with him for these union folks, but
Yeah, but she's going to have to convince them, I think. And she will continue the domestic policies of the Biden administration and being generally pro-worker. Although the one biggest black spot on that was the breaking of the rail worker strike, which I still have vehement objections to that having happened in the wake of the the East Palestine you crash, whatever you want to call that fucking situation. Will Donald Trump give up golf? Like to avoid getting shot? It's a good question. I don't think so. I think it's too important to him to give up just to avoid getting shot. Of all things. Right now, we've been talking about this longer than I thought it would go for. But, it is still in conversation. Quite a lot of different conversations. In fact, everybody's talking about it, as we just heard. Certainly everybody in New York City, when asked about the fucking election and the presidential debate, was talking about it. That being the allegations, the false claims that have been spread by J.D. Vance and Donald Trump about Haitian migrants, legal Haitian migrants, I would point out, in Ohio. A state that J.D. Vance happens to be the senator of.
We begin with Republican Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
That fucking smile is so fucking weird. Oh my god.
Don't be creepy.
Oh my god. It's the most awkward looking smile.
Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
What is that smile? What is that? He's such a weird guy. It's like he's never met people before.
Senator, we heard from Donald Trump this week that he wants to end all taxes on overtime pay for workers. How would this exemption work? Would this mean someone working a 40-hour work week would then not pay payroll taxes and not pay income taxes?
Well, that's exactly how he envisions it, of course. We're talking about hourly workers, and of course, when you work overtime in this country beyond 40 hours, you get time and a half, and the president's saying if you're one of those select hard workers that's really busting your rear end to try to make good in Kamala Harris's economy, then you should get a tax cut, and I think it fits fully with his entire tax
I forgot.
agenda, which
Sorry, we're gonna skip ahead to where they start talking about this.
60% tariffs. You're saying this is just a range, and you'll figure out.
Fuck the tariffs. We don't have time for the
granted
tariffs.
amnesty to thousands of people who shouldn't have been in this.
Here we go.
Washington, and your state's governor is asking for federal help to deal with the influx of about 15,000 migrants over the past 4 years, which has strained the health system, he says, schools, caused safety issues. You've been talking about these problems, but what have you done to help Governor DeWine with his request for federal help?
Well, the most important thing that we can do to assist Governor DeWine and the whole state of Ohio, and frankly the whole country, Margaret, is to stop Kamala Harris's open border. And for 2 years, I've been fighting for policies that do exactly that. You have to ask yourself, why have these 20,000 Haitian migrants been dropped into a small Ohio town in just a few years, Margaret? And the answer
Now
is
it's 20,000.
because
She
Kamala
just got done
Harris
saying it was
implemented what's called
15,000.
Temporary protective service for over 100,000 Haitian migrants. She basically...
He basically, I feel like he's just sort of, what's the word? It's like usurped Donald Trump's personality as his own. And now when anyone ever says a number, he just exaggerates by like 33 to 50%. No, it's not 15. Not 15, it's 30, it's 30 million. Actually, the entire country's been taken over by Haiti.
With a magic wand, granted amnesty to thousands of people who shouldn't have been in this country, and now a small Ohio town is dealing with the consequences. And to anybody listening, Margaret, this is what Kamala Harris wants to do to every town in this country. overwhelm them with migration, stress their municipal budgets, see communicable diseases on the rise. What is happening in Springfield is coming to every town and city in this country if Kamala Harris's open border policies are allowed to continue. We have got to stop this. American citizens are suffering
This
because of what
obsession
she's
with
done.
the open border.
Here's the fact.
It is super not
here's
open.
the facts, though. Many of those Haitian migrants moved there.
Here's the facts. Joe Biden closed the border. I mean, it was already, you know, closed, right? Like, people had to only legally enter. That was like the only way they were allowed to come in. Otherwise, it was illegal, right? The border was never actually this open thing. I mean, Donald Trump built a bunch of wall on that. I mean, there's already some wall on the border as it is. It's just not an open border. There's just no way to claim that it is. Keep saying it, but the fact is that Joe Biden closed the border even more than it already was, right? It was what, 4 months ago? Joe Biden announced that his administration was literally shutting down the border until a certain number of people seeking asylum, until it came down to a certain level. Set up a whole bunch of restrictions on it, essentially. So the suggestion that the Biden administration, Kamala Harris, and all this have been just this open border anarchist administration is just so stupid.
By choice, because they have temporary protected status, which gives them the ability to work. That TPS, temporary protective status, has been in place since 2010. And in fact, Donald Trump renewed temporary protective status for Haitians when he was president. Should he not have done that?
Well, let me do a little fact check, Margaret, because there was a renewal in June of 2017, I believe, which was very early in Donald Trump's presidency.
Yes.
And he actually ended it in 2018, that temporary protective service for Haitian migrants. Kamala Harris re-implemented it when she became president or vice president. Kamala Harris re-implemented it as vice president, and now you've seen this massive explosion just in the last few years.
An explosion.
Margaret, just to give some context here, there were maybe 1,000 Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio just 3 years ago. Now there's close to 20.
So there were already Haitian migrants there, and now there's slightly more. And the fact is Springfield, Ohio is one of those Ohio towns that's been, you know, it's in the Rust Belt. It's been dying. I've heard a bunch of reports that supposedly their coming to Springfield has helped the local economy, essentially saved it from itself.
And it's impossible to overstate its overwhelmed local services.
Okay,
in
so
schools,
I understand you want to
have 1,000
end
children now in a small district.
You want to end temporary protective.
It's your state, Senator. So how about you get on that? Get them some funding for more teachers and more school, you know, buildings, whatever is required in the particular case here. Seems like it's J.D. Vance's responsibility, and it happened under his watch. Am I wrong? He's a senator of Ohio. Springfield's in the state of Ohio. What am I missing? You could have already solved this for these people, given them the funds that they needed for the influx of people. But no, you'd rather use it to fearmonger. Let's go to some other people who are here to talk about Haiti, but in less of a shitty way. Here's Democracy Now! Earlier today, discussing this particular topic.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show looking at the escalating threats of violence against Haitian immigrants as Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance continue to double down on their racist lies, falsely accusing Haitians living in Springfield, Ohio, of eating people's pets and other animals in the outdoors. On Saturday, 2 Springfield hospitals were forced to go on lockdown after receiving bomb threats. This was at least the 4th such case after a bomb threat on Thursday prompted authorities to order the evacuation of Springfield City Hall and several municipal buildings. Springfield Mayor Rob...
You know what? I just thinking out loud here, but I wonder if bomb threats happen to put strain on a small local community such as this. I don't know.
Said the threat came in an email from someone angry over the city's resettlement of Haitian immigrants. 2 colleges in Springfield, Wittenberg University and Clark State College, also received shooting and bombing threats over the weekend, prompting officials to cancel events and move classes online. On Sunday, Vance defended the far-right racist lies during an interview with CNN's Dana Bash.
The Clark County Sheriff and the Ohio Department of Natural Resources reviewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances.
He's been going on every single show. We looked at this one yesterday, too. He's just been going on this sort of ridiculous tour, this ridiculous media tour of explaining that, in fact, no, Donald Trump is not wrong. Haitians are eating cats and dogs and geese and ducks and whatever else he's claiming. And it's this very, very Twilight Zone-esque sort of feeling I get while watching it happen.
Of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks. They found
that fucking
zero
smile.
Evidence to substantiate those claims.
I think he has
other
a soul.
Evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence, are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians, and this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward for such things. And then going just backly to the schools and the hospitals and so forth being overwhelmed, nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio, needs help. But you're not just a bystander, you're the senator from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple of things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb...
There's nothing that you said. That is wild. So this just all happened in a vacuum. Interesting. That is so weird. Not what I would have expected. But hey.
I don't want reality.
Okay, hold on. I'm not done with this. Just, actually, take it back. I forgot. They're not going to watch this whole thing. In my mind, we were watching this interview just now, not Democracy Now!
Violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator, this happened after you and President Trump were on the debate stage, said that cats and dogs were being eaten.
You asked
a what now?
Meanwhile, Republican Ohio Governor Mike DeWine told ABC News Sunday Trump and Vance's remarks about Haitians were garbage and simply not true.
And here's a question I never thought I would have to ask, but do you see any evidence as governor of the state that Haitian immigrants are eating pets?
No, absolutely not. That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though. What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal. They came to Springfield to work. Ohio is on the move, and Springfield has really made a great resurgence with a lot of companies coming in. These Haitians came in to work for these companies. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them there. And frankly, that's helped the economy.
So that's the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine. Meanwhile, during a campaign event in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, Trump repeated his threats of carrying out mass deportations beginning in Springfield if he's reelected in November.
We're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
Trump was referring to Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, Colorado. For more, we're joined here in our New York studio by Guerline Joseph, co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, which is an immigrant advocacy organization that provides humanitarian assistance to Haitians and other Black immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you for the first time in our New York studio, Guerline. If you can talk, first of all, about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, but when the community receives threats like this in one city, from the hospital locked down, elementary schools closed, colleges going online, threats of bombings, threats of school shootings, this affects more than the community of Springfield.
Thank you so much, Amy, for having me. And that is the reality, and that's what we continue to say. Those type of narratives, when they think they're only attacking one person, one community, it has ripple effects. The reality now in Springfield, the entire community's lives are at risk. And what we are saying is currently this has been a tactic that's being used, fear, division, and this is a time for all people in cities like Springfield to come together and fight against those hateful speech that literally are creating those security issues in Springfield and also in other places across the United States.
Let's talk about the tens of thousands of Haitians who have come to Springfield. The Republican governor himself saying these are legal immigrants who've come to work. The corporations here love them. We're talking about a dying Rust Belt town.
Absolutely, and we have a cohort, the Haitian Bridge Alliance have a cohort of people that we have been working with to really train them, to have them to fill those extremely needed positions. And what we see and what we know and understand is that as the city of Springfield was in a decline, those Haitian people came there, they revitalized the economy, they paid their taxes, and they are really supporting to create a vibrant community in Springfield. And that is the reality, and that is the story that needs to be done. Just like the elected officials in Springfield, you heard from the governor, you heard from the mayor, you heard from the sheriff.
Jeez, that sounds terrible. Revitalizing a town? How dare they? It was fine, dying into obscurity, the way it was.
These people are there and they are supporting, revitalizing the economy, revitalizing the culture, and we need to make sure that is the reality, because those false narrative that continues to create this atmosphere of fear, not only for the Haitian community, but for every single person living in Springfield, is dangerous and cannot continue.
The mayor of Springfield was pleading for the federal authorities. Now, let's remember, J.D. Vance is not only the vice presidential nominee, he's the Ohio senator. In fact, he represents all of Springfield. Talk about why tens of thousands of Haitians were essentially invited to Springfield.
They needed help, basically. And I remember in one of the earlier articles from the New York Times, it literally said, we prayed for a miracle and the Haitians came. That's what someone from Springfield said when they really were trying to see what are the contributions of the Haitians. We prayed for a miracle and the Haitians came. And that's the reality.
Jeez.
I don't want reality.
Haitians are just destroying Springfield, clearly. My God. All the evidence. Sorry. But no, it's pretty clear that this is just racist fear-mongering coming out of a party, coming out of two individuals who have nothing that anybody wants to hear about. You know, they've run out of ideas. They already got rid of abortion, and it's turned out that that's pretty unpopular. That hurt Republicans a little bit. But, I mean, obviously, it hurt Americans too. But point is, you know, Republicans are running out of things to run on. And so they just, you know, they had it. They had something with Biden. Sleepy Joe was an entire ecosystem that they could count on. Now that he's gone, they got nothing. They got no vision for the future. So it's just racism. It's just racism and hatred and fear-mongering against immigrants and other sorts of, you know, disenfranchised sort of people in the United States. It's an old and shitty playbook. You would think that at one point it would just sort of stop working. Perhaps it will. Alright. Now it's a different playbook that has come into the forefront suddenly. A audible, if you will. Called by a little-known celebrity by the name of Taylor Swift. That's right. Taylor Swift has called the Swifties out to register themselves to vote for Kamala Harris. And, you know, we're going to do this. I don't know if I'm going to get copyright struck for this 30 seconds, but let's try it.
Breaking news. So we talked a little bit earlier about, you know, these debates. Do they even mean anything? Do they even do anything? Apparently, they did move the needle enough for one undecided voter. A Miss Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. That's what happened. You know what this means. Taylor Swift and I were watching TV at the same program at the time.
Jesus Christ, John. Keep it together, pal. All right. Now, directly after this, Donald Trump heard about this apparent endorsement from Taylor Swift.
In fact, every moment since the debate ended last night, Trump has been spinning and spinning and spinning. I mean, just listen to his response after Taylor Swift announced she is endorsing Kamala Harris.
Well, I actually like.
It takes him like 10 seconds to get there. I like, what's her name? That good one. The one who likes me.
Much better.
Mahomes, that's the one.
She's a big Trump fan. I was not a Taylor Swift fan.
Oh, really? Really, Donald? You prefer Brittany Mahomes? What's your top 5 Brittany Mahomes songs? Is this really his angle?
It sounds like there's gonna be some bad blood. Sorry. That'll be the last of the Taylor Swift song puns. At least for me personally. Alright, let's go here. As there's even more that has now come to light about all of this, as in the recent, I think this was earlier today. Hold on, let me look at this. I have this tweet saved somewhere, like on my phone. But where do I? Oh yeah. Okay, so this was okay, this was 2 days ago. Donald Trump, well, he's a little upset about all this, and he was probably, at least this is my guess, probably on the toilet, had his phone in his hand, and let out this thunderous tweet. Quote unquote, Donald Trump. at 10:44 a.m. September 15th, 2024. I hate Taylor Swift. 405 retruths that got on Truth Central. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was a tweet. So wrong. Not a tweet. It was a truth. It was a truth on Truth Central, of course. And that got 405 retruths. So yeah, Donald Trump declaring war on Taylor Swift, apparently. Let's see how that's going. CNN. Talk a little bit more about this.
All right, let's turn now to this. Donald Trump taking on pop icon Taylor Swift after she endorsed Kamala Harris after last week's debate. Trump not mincing words. He posted this, quote, "I hate Taylor Swift," end quote. The Harris campaign is obviously embracing the endorsement.
Here's my life hack for all of you, all the guys out there, whatever. Here's my life hack. Surround yourself with smart women and listen to them, and you'll do just fine. That includes my fellow cat owner, Taylor Swift. It's really great to have all of these women help us beat the smallest man in the world, Donald Trump.
Ooh, burn.
All right, panel's back. Sir Michael Singleton, the wisdom of saying, "I hate Taylor Swift."
You know what? I actually went to Truth Social to read some of the comments from people on there.
I've never gone on Truth Social one time.
What in the hell are you doing? This isn't really necessary. Just ignore her. Talk about the policies. I mean, these are people who love the former president and follow him. I agree with that commentary and advice. It's just not necessary. I mean, we were talking here during the break about some of the advantages for Trump and disadvantages for Vice President Harris. And I do think he has a strong case to make on some issues where that 16% of people in some states or 10% in other states are saying, you know what, look, I'm not necessarily sure I want to vote for Harris. I want to hear more from Trump on policies. This doesn't help, Casey.
Megan, I mean, it does. Like, it's interesting to me because I feel like other Republicans have actually been really careful not to like insult Taylor Swift, even if they are like discounting. Like, here's J.D. Vance, for example, who, as you know, our previous segment shows, not really afraid of saying things that will spark controversy. Here's what he said about Swift. Let's watch.
We admire Taylor Swift's music, but I don't think most Americans, whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is disconnected.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who's fundamentally disconnected. That is a very interesting and specific statement, which could also apply to a particular one, Donald Trump. I mean, is he not one of the most disconnected billionaire idiots on the planet? And the fact is like Donald Trump, Taylor Swift seems to be able to get many of her fans to do, all sorts of stuff that some people would consider crazy.
The interests and the problems of most Americans.
So he says, perhaps fairly, she's a billionaire. She lives a different life than other people. But he does say, we admire Taylor Swift's music. And Matt Gaetz was in the spin room after the debate saying that he likes Taylor Swift's music, doesn't like her politics.
Even Matt Gaetz knows not to cross Taylor Swift. And I mean, come on. the political acumen of Gaetz is pretty low. Doesn't take much to know that's not a bridge to go crossing.
Not go there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also saw after she posted her endorsement for the vice president that over 400,000 people went to the site to register to vote. I mean, that's a large number of people that all of a sudden she's activating, and we still have 5 weeks left or 6 weeks left of the campaign, where it's just more people, and the more you are just drumming up hatred for her, the more her.
Yeah, and apparently there's been some Republicans who in sort of hushed tones have been telling and are pleading with Donald Trump for him to stop kicking the Swift hive, as it can only end badly for him, you would think.
65 days after the July attempt on Donald Trump's life during that rally in Pennsylvania, the country once again rocked by a second apparent assassination attempt on the former president's life.
Sorry, I don't know why I just did that. This is not the right place to click. How did that happen? Where is the spot? I was supposed to... you know what? I think whatever. I think we're good enough. I think we get it. We've gone far enough. But yeah, we will see. We will see if it makes a big difference. But from what we've seen already, there's been a huge uptick in voter registrations since Taylor Swift made this endorsement of Kamala Harris. So could be correlated. That's what people have been doing, in fact, because voter registrations have been very steady throughout this race, and suddenly just shot up, what was it, 400% overnight? So, I don't know. A woman with hundreds of millions of followers endorses somebody, and then suddenly an uptick in registrations. I don't know. Can they be... is it a causal relationship? Who's to say? I get it, BCat. I know your feelings. I know. You're not wrong. But people love Taylor Swift, you know? At least, you know, there are certainly there's a large fucking group of people who just love Taylor Swift and everything about her. And, you know, like, I never jumped onto the Taylor Swift train. She seems fine for a massive celebrity. Yeah, I've never, you know, felt like I needed to immerse myself in the, what do you call it? Like the Swiftie verse, if you will, whatever they call it. Is tomorrow voter registration day? Good reminder, PB. Good reminder. All right, let's go. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago, where Mayor Eric Adams was asked point blank if he would consider resigning if accused of wrongdoing. And I don't know, we haven't even been keeping up with this, although maybe we should be trying to more now, but there's been a number of FBI raids and other things surrounding Eric Adams's...
My understanding is that at least one member of the city council is going to call for your resignation, and that others might soon follow. I know you said you haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, but if you are, would you consider resigning?
Well, let's be clear. I don't think any of those members put me in office. The 700,000 or whatever number of thousand, they voted me in office. And, you know, those who, anytime anything happens in this city, calls for me to leave, are we supposed to listen to them now? They call for me to leave over and over and over again, but these numbers are showing that I'm working on behalf of New Yorkers.
What numbers?
The goal for me, I was elected by the people of this city, and I'm going to fulfill my obligation to the people of this city so I can continue to do the great things that...
He fell into office accidentally. Dude shouldn't have even won, but we're not going to rehash that election. But yeah, there's been a bunch of sort of interesting developments going on around Eric Adams's administration right now. I don't have a full grasp on it right now, and a lot of it's been kind of hush-hush. There's been seizing of evidence in some places. I don't think there's actually been any real arrest, which is why there's not a lot of stuff to go on. There's just like a lot of speculation. It's like, what's happening here? I think is really what's going on. I think it's a fair question for this reporter to be asking right now, even though he wants to, you know, be like, oh, people have wanted me gone forever. Well, that's not what she was asking you, Eric. And you know that. How do robots pay for things? Interesting. Robots can pay for things using digital payment methods such as credit cards, online payment platforms, or even cryptocurrencies. Nightbot, how much money do you have? Nightbot's got money? Nightbot, why aren't you donating to the channel if you've got all this money laying around? Crypto? Good God. Is Nightbot secretly some sort of a crypto billionaire or something? Alright, let's talk a little bit about the trans community. And what better way than with celebrities? Channel 4 news from 9 hours ago. Will Ferrell on learning to honor the trans community in his new film. Oh my God, there goes my vape. Will and Harper. A film that we've actually talked about a little bit, if I recall correctly, already on this channel. We have 40 likes now. My God, that's a lot of likes. That is a lot of likes.
Some of the pro-Palestinian protesters who blocked the Golden Gate Bridge for hours back in April appeared before a judge this morning for preliminary hearings.
But they tried to make their case in the court of public opinion before heading into the courthouse. NBC Bay
Oh shit, this is the wrong one.
From our newsroom with more on how the hearing.
No, we're not going to do this right now. I don't have time for this. We were moving too slow. We were moving way too slow.
This is the Hollywood movie stuff.
No.
You don't reckon it? Okay. That's okay. Roll up the window.
Forget Ron Burgundy or Ricky Bobby. This is Will Ferrell simply as a friend.
He wrote a bunch of sketches for me and eventually became the head writer of SNL.
In this documentary, the American actor reconnects with his longtime companion from Saturday Night Live, the writer Harper Steele, who has some news.
Hey, Will, something I need you to know. I'll be transitioning to live as a woman.
And so Ferrell proposes a road trip across America so that he can speak honestly with his friend about her journey.
Definitely from my perspective, here's the first person I knew who was trans, and all the questions that were in my mind, not wanting to make a mistake, wanting to honor her in the right way and learn the vernacular, learn what had changed, what had not changed, if anything.
But for Harper Steele, she had to think about whether she was ready.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now. Would I want to be on camera, which I don't particularly like. The things that sort of pulled me in the direction of a yes was, it's my friend, Will, he makes things comfortable for me. Looking at all the anti-trans legislation happening in the U.S. at the time, and I did think there would be something useful to do with it.
But you know we're on camera right now, right?
What the? Are you kidding me? They have to tell me this stuff. This is...
And Josh, you know, this is 17 days of traveling, 250 hours of footage. How did you approach what to include, what not to include?
For me, the most important thing was finding the balance tonally that I think reciprocated and honored the relationship that these two incredible people have, which is rooted in comedy.
Here's a question. Do you think you're a worse driver as a female driver?
The pair are surprised by the warm reception they receive in a bar in Oklahoma. But at a steakhouse in Texas, even Ferrell, dressed as Sherlock Holmes, cannot diffuse a tense situation, with people staring and posting anti-trans hate online. Is there anything you regret about that scene, and was it important in some ways to see that hostility?
The next day, I felt like I put my friend in a strange situation. But you know, in hindsight, yeah, it was emotional, it was disturbing, but important to experience that for me.
While many Republican states are pushing through anti-LGBTQ legislation, the film shows a welcoming America. Is the sense that you got that the attitudes of most Americans is more positive to the transgender community than perhaps we in the media or politicians make it out to be?
100%. I don't, again, there are people who hate trans people. There are people who are uncomfortable with trans people or afraid of trans people. That's a fact. But I also think that the politicians and the media do sort of try to polarize us.
You can feel it. People want to see acts and engage in civility. We're just hearing so much yelling at each other. I use the example of if I knock on your door and we're neighbors and I ask you for a cup of sugar, you say, of course, sure. You don't go, what are your political beliefs?
The fact that the film is now coming out just a few months before a presidential election, was that a conscious thing when we talk about that atmosphere?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, we wanted it out there, yeah.
Yeah.
But we released it early because I'm running for president.
Is that exclusive?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
She certainly is a comedian. That was a good line. I was not ready for that one. Okay. Well, what else do we have to talk about here today? All right, let's go to here. King 5 Seattle from 9 hours ago. Apparently Boeing is planning to do temporary furloughs after machinists have gone on strike. We talked about this strike, I think, a few days ago.
Today, Boeing announced a series of cost-cutting measures in response to a now 4-day machinist strike. Boeing's chief financial officer laid out a long list of actions to save the company money, including a hiring freeze across Boeing, pausing pay increases for executive and management promotions, ending employee travel that is not critical, and suspending outside consultant spending. Boeing is also planning to reduce supplier purchase orders on the 737, 767 and 777 programs and is considering temporary furloughs in the coming weeks. The company's CFO says Boeing is working in good faith to reach a new contract agreement with the union. The two sides are set to head back to the bargaining table tomorrow. Union members want a 40% pay increase. They rejected a tentative contract which called for a 25% increase over 4 years. The last strike in 2008 lasted 57 days and cost Boeing an estimated $2 billion. After a year of financial troubles, there is mounting pressure on new Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg to get a deal done as soon as possible.
He came in at almost an impossible time. But if this strike is resolved quickly, that would go to his credit to resolving it quickly. And Boeing actually could conceivably come out of this with a reset with labor relations and come out of it in a positive way.
Both Boeing and union representatives are expected to meet with federal mediators tomorrow to begin discussion.
Now, I do believe these furloughs will wind up affecting a number of other workers as well, essentially, as they're going to shut down construction of a number of different aircraft due to this strike. We'll see, I guess, how this winds up affecting Boeing workers and how this strike moves forward. Hopefully, Boeing decides to negotiate and come to a resolution with workers. All right. Now, let's go to here. This is Reuters from 3 hours ago. Apparently, Amazon has decided that they are done with remote work and have decided to mandate 5 days a week in office starting in 2025.
Amazon is bringing an end to working from home at the e-commerce giant, telling employees they will be required to return to the office 5 days a week, starting next year. In a letter posted to the company's website on Monday, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy wrote, quote, "Before the pandemic, it was not a given that folks could work remotely 2 days a week, and that will also be true moving forward. Our expectation is that people will be in the office outside of extenuating circumstances. Companies have been allowing many employees to work from home since the pandemic, leaving downtown offices nearly empty in a number of cities. But Amazon has taken a tougher stance than many of its rivals. Some employees who were consistently out of compliance with the existing 3-day mandate were told they were voluntarily resigning and were locked out of Amazon systems.
Wow.
In May of last year, workers at Amazon's Seattle headquarters staged a walkout, protesting a return to office mandate as well as changes to the company's climate policy and layoffs. According to an employee Q&A shared with Reuters, Amazon is also eliminating a prior program that allowed workers the option to work from anywhere for 4 months per year.
People don't seem to like this shift in policy from Amazon. Wonder how that's all going to shake out. All right. Wait, why is my YouTube behind? There we go. Now it's live. Okay. Where are we? Oh, we are nearing the end of the first half. All right. I've kept us on time. Under 2 hours. Let's quickly go here to Forbes breaking news from 2 hours ago. Chaos. Stop Cop City. Demonstrators throw ping pong balls at Atlanta City Council meeting. Oh no, not ping pong balls. Does sound like chaos. However, will they deal with the existence of ping pong balls? Impossible. Can't do it. Can't be done. What is this?
Let's respect everyone's right to speak.
It says Andre Dickens. Hold on. Why is this so goddamn quiet? Okay, it says Andre Dickens, you dropped the ball on democracy. On 116,000. And it's on a ball. So I assume that that's representative of him dropping the ball 116,000 times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our business. If we have to clear the room,
All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't think that protest actually wound up ending the funding for Cop City, even though it should have. All right. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps the stream out, and you know, we still need to get to 500 to get monetized on YouTube. So far away, it feels like. We've made a lot of progress, but when you look back, it's been quite a while that we've been working on this, unfortunately. If you'd like to help keep the Galactic News Network running, as I am not monetized on YouTube yet, well, you can become a Galactic patron and do just that. For just a few US dollars a month. Not only can you help in producing this show, but also get access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right, you can hang out here poolside with me. Get an avatar on screen. Shoutouts, extra content, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the slight delay. Okay. Get back to your seat, Space Fams. It is the second half of the Galactic Spacecast coming in hot. Which means it's time for environmental and Earth-related news. Generally speaking. Look at my list here, see what I have on the menu for this evening. I guess we'll start here, since we were already just talking politics and things like that. Here's CBS News from 11 hours ago. The climate election. Rising home insurance costs and other things explained. What does it all mean, CBS? What does it all mean?
So hot right now.
Homes in parts of the U.S. are getting too expensive to insure. I'm standing in Nebraska, the most expensive state in the nation for home insurance premiums. Florida, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Kansas are also among the most expensive states. And they all have one thing in common: extreme weather. Just in the past week, parts of Louisiana were slammed with significant flooding because of Hurricane Francine. The line fire is burning thousands of acres in San Bernardino, which is the worst county in California for insurance non-renewals. Insurers are refusing to renew policies or are leaving the market altogether across some states, including California and Florida. And those that aren't are doubling or even tripling premiums in some areas. From 2017 to 2022, premiums rose 40% faster than inflation, leaving people struggling to afford coverage that's supposed to protect them from the very disasters they now face often and intensely. Experts say it's because of the increasing risk of climate change, which fuels extreme weather conditions. One analysis found a quarter of all U.S. real estate is facing increasing insurance prices and reduced coverage due to high climate risks.
That's right. Insurance companies are sick of doing the thing they are supposedly in existence to do. That being insuring homes. And helping people when those homes wind up dealing with problems. It's weird how, you know, the fact that now that people do need home insurance more than they ever did, insurance companies are just sick of doing the job, apparently.
Home insurance costs can also lower a property's value. A Florida homeowner who is dropped by an insurer could see the property value decline up to 40%. It's not just homeowners impacted, but affordable housing too. One property management company for affordable senior living saw property premiums increase by over 400% over 6 years. And a survey found the majority of affordable housing providers have to adjust their operations to manage the costs, which includes cutting new housing projects. And that couldn't be happening at a worse time. Just this year, there have been $20 billion weather disasters in the U.S. Realtor.com found that $22 trillion in residential properties are at risk of severe or extreme damage from fires, flooding, high winds, heat, or poor air quality. Last year saw the highest amount of U.S. insured losses due to severe storms since 2017, $59.2 billion.
Last year? When did they make this? This is from 11 hours ago. She's talking about 2022? I'm very confused, CBS. What have you done here? Okay. Well, yeah. Last year, actual last year, 2023, was also even higher than 2022, if I'm not mistaken. People are getting deep into Nightbot questions again. I feel like this happens once a week at least, where people just feel like they need to test the bounds of Nightbot's capabilities and knowledge. It's kind of hilarious, not gonna lie. All right, let's go on. So start on the West Coast. NBC Bay Area from 9 hours ago. BART, the Bay Area Regional Transportation System, completes Trans-Bay Tube seismic retrofitting project.
New at 11, the BART Trans-Bay Tube is marking a major milestone this midday. 50 years since the first train traveled through it between Oakland and San Francisco.
NBC Bay Area's Bob Riddell joining us live from the BART headquarters over in Oakland. And Bob, BART says that the earthquake retrofit of the tube officially complete. But the question is, what does that mean if the big one does strike?
Well, BART says that the Trans-Bay Tube, now that it's been retrofitted, can withstand a once-in-a-thousand-year seismic event. So they wouldn't say what magnitude quake that would be, but it would be the kind of quake
They refuse to
that
say
doesn't
what.
happen often, once in a
Why?
millennium. BART just released this scope.
Why would they refuse to say what magnitude it would be? I mean, 1 in 1,000 years is very specific. Why can't they just be specific about the magnitude? You would think that would be even more easy to understand than say 1 in 1,000 years.
Video of the train operator's point of view when traveling through the tube. The first time this kind of video has ever been released, according to the transit agency. BART says that the retrofit of the tube, which began in 2019, was completed in recent months, perhaps within the past 6 months, but they made the announcement today about the completion to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the first crossing in the tube, which again was 50 years ago this morning. The retrofit includes new steel plates inside the tube, that's for strengthening, and an upgraded pumping system. BART says it is possible the tube could crack during a large quake and cause minor flooding. FYI, the BART tube did survive Loma Prieta, which was magnitude 6.9. Trains began running within.
Yeah, 6.9 is pretty high, so if it's better than that now, should be pretty well prepared for future seismic activity, at least. And it's important that we have good transportation. You might be asking yourself why we're talking about this during the climate change environmental portion of this podcast, but the fact is that without good regional transportation, we are going to continue to just blast into the atmosphere more and more hydrocarbons. So we do need to be having transportation systems, ones that work, that are prepared to deal with, unexpected natural disasters and other stuff like that, especially with climate change. Speaking of climate change, especially with climate change, need to have those things ready for these things. So that is an important step there for the Bay Area. Although I do know, what did I say? God, why do I have these moments? I just lose what I'm talking about. Whatever. Alright, let's stay in the Bay Area. Talk about a completely different situation, unrelated to transportation. This time, this has to do with, well, it has to do with the food system, really, when it comes down to it, and will also natural, or like, what do you call it, local wildlife as well. Here's CBS News Bay Area K-Pics from 7 days ago. Discovery of single medfly in Alameda County leads to quarantine zone. Now you might be asking yourself, why would they have a quarantine zone over a single fly? Well, it turns out these flies a bit more sinister than your average fly. And this isn't the first time something like this has happened.
On Friday, a large section of Alameda County was put under agricultural quarantine because of a pest that officials have been battling on and off for more than 40 years. And as John Ramus reports, at times the fight has been with the public as well.
This is the Cameron Hills neighborhood above Fremont, the exact center of a 70-square-mile quarantine zone imposed by the California Department of Food and Agriculture because of the discovery of a Mediterranean fruit fly. Neighbors here are not supposed to remove any fruit from their properties, and if that sounds like a strong reaction to a single fly, you should have seen what it was like in 1981. First, the pest. Known as the medfly, it can bore into the skin of fruit to lay its eggs, infesting it with maggots and rendering it unsuitable for human consumption.
That is fucking disgusting. Ew. Can you imagine cutting into a piece of fruit, having it look normal on the outside, and then that? Ugh. No, thank you. I see the problem.
And rendering it unsuitable for human consumption. Retired UC Davis entomology professor Dr. James Carey is considered the authority on the bug, which is sometimes nicknamed Old Blue Eyes.
The medfly is sort of the AIDS of, or the Ebola of,
wow,
the pest world. And the reason it's important is because other countries, and for that matter, other states, quarantine produce just for its presence.
That makes it a huge threat to local agriculture if it should spread. So homeowners are being advised to keep fruit on their own property and, if disposed of, to be double bagged and put in the trash rather than the green waste bin. But those precautions are nothing compared to the hysteria in the early 80s when medflies were discovered in Santa Clara County. The federal government was so afraid of the pest that it ordered nightly aerial spraying of the pesticide malathion over San Jose, which scared residents and angered a young Governor Jerry Brown.
We feel like we are just trapped here and we're going to be sprayed. We're going to be living in the sea of malathion. I could have a 2-pound baby instead of a nice, healthy 7-pound baby.
I've got to weigh the health effects, and the impact on people.
They were trying to, instead of spraying, they tried to strip fruit, so they had, trucks and crews going into backyards. You had tons and tons of fruit they were bagging.
But that wasn't enough for the feds.
We are prepared and indeed intend to entirely quarantine the state of California.
So the state gave in and the spraying continued.
67 times. It's unbelievable. It was like, every few days practically, they were sending out helicopters.
Eventually, the spraying worked, and the medfly seemed to disappear. But public outcry was so loud that aerial spraying was dumped. These days, the strategy is to release millions of sterile male medflies into infested areas, like the quarantine zone in Alameda County. But Professor Carey thinks that will only suppress the population, not eliminate it. He believes they're here to stay.
That's not good. Seems pretty bad. Especially considering, California happens to be a place that makes a lot of fruit for the United States. So, they start getting into crops and things like that, well, that could be potentially devastating. Jesus Christ. Just thinking about it right now, it's giving me like goosebumps. Like, fuck. Something must be done. Okay. I should have put this back before here. Why didn't I do it that way? That would have been smart. Whatever. Let's go here to NBC LA. Oh, right. I know why I did it. Let's go from the Bay Area, where we just were, to LA to talk about a earthquake which happened there, which was an apparent aftershock. This was 15 hours ago.
Good morning to you. I'm Lynette Romero.
And I'm Agent Arambula, and we're going to check in with meteorologist David Bigger. David, we've got another earthquake.
Another earthquake. Right when our nerves were kind of calmed after last week's multiple earthquakes in the Malibu area, we're hearing about another one.
Yeah, so this is likely another aftershock. It's a 3.6. It happened just over 8 minutes ago, right here in this area. And this is looking probably pretty familiar to you if you were keeping track of some of the earthquakes toward the end of last week, because this is essentially where the earthquake was and where most of the aftershocks have been. And a reminder, we'll continue to see some aftershocks up to and even including sometimes the magnitude of the original quake. So we'll.
Yeah, there's been it's been a very active year for earthquakes on the West Coast, California in particular, but also Washington, and also I think BC has been hit by a bunch of quakes too, if I'm not mistaken. All on the coast. Which is where the fault line basically lies, right off of it. Let's go. Let's move on from LA. Actually, no, we can't move on from LA. I totally forgot. We still have 3 fires to fucking talk about. Thankfully, they are starting to get closer and closer to containing these things. But the bridge fire, airport fire, and line fire are all still burning, so let's quickly talk about those.
Meantime, the Unified Incident Command Team will host a community meeting tomorrow at the Lytle Creek Community Center to update people on the progress of the firefight. This all comes as some communities continue to work to recover from these fires. Our Annette Adiola is in Wrightwood with a look at the destruction there and an update from officials.
The street we're walking on is Flume Canyon Drive, and right behind us here is Highway 2. You can appreciate from this vantage point here the entire hillside that is now charred from where the bridge fire swept through just a few days ago. But on this side of Highway 2, if we can just pivot, you can see how all of the flames just came so dangerously close to all of these homes here. These homes that sit up right up along another mountain that was fully engulfed in flames at one point. Now, the fire was about 100 feet away from this neighborhood. The majority of these homes were spared, and that is because fire crews and engines have been placed right along the canyons and slopes, focusing on structure protection. Multi-agency assessment teams with both LA and San Bernardino counties are reporting 11 structures damaged and 49 destroyed due to the bridge fire. Both Wrightwood and Mount Baldy remain under evacuation orders, even though the weather and the cooler temperatures have allowed crews to make progress on the fire lines. Officials say these communities are not out of the woods just yet. Now,
Okay, yeah, so that was the bridge fire, which is still only 9% contained, with over 50,000 acres having burned already. Just over a week time, I think, is how long it's been since this fire started. Now let's go to that airport fire we were just talking about. They're doing slightly better here. These are, once again, all around the LA area.
The airport fire burning across Orange and Riverside counties is 31% contained and has burned over 23,000 acres. Firefighters in the Trabuco Canyon area have been able to create fire lines to slow the spread. Evacuation warnings and orders still remain in place, though. 160 structures and homes have been destroyed.
Wow, that's a lot. That's gone up. All right, this is the line fire.
All schools and offices in the San Bernardino City Unified School District will reopen today. The line fires burned over 39,000 acres in San Bernardino County, and it is 42% contained. CAL FIRE says cooler temperatures and light winds are helping with the containment process. Evacuation warnings and orders remain in place. And the Norco man investigators believe started the line fire is set to appear in court. Justin Halstenberg is being charged with arson along with a number of other charges. He's also accused of starting 2 other fires in the area.
You know, we'll play this one too. This is the latest update on the airport fire. All of those videos we watched were from between a day and 14 hours ago. This came out like 6 hours before the stream started.
Crews continue to make progress in Orange and Riverside counties as they battle the airport fire. It is now 8% contained, and officials expect that number to continue.
That's less than it was contained before. It's gone down a percent.
Lake Elsinore with an update. Alex.
Annabelle, fire crews are very pleased that the weather has been on their side the past few days, allowing them to make some progress, though 26 homes have burned. Though amidst all this destruction, there have been stories of hope and firefighters rushing in to help. As the airport fire tore through El Carrizo village, this terrifying video shows one woman trying to escape the flames.
This is one of those moments where you hope you never come across.
Thankfully, Orange County Fire Authority Battalion Chief Mike Martinez spotted her on Ortega Highway Tuesday night. He likely saved her life.
As we came out, I was one of the last ones in line, just watching to see the progression of the fire, and I just saw a person walking down the middle of the highway with fire on both sides of her, and
this woman is
just drove out there and grabbed her real quick.
This one is in a summer dress and no shoes, just walking down the middle of the road through a 30,000 acre fire. Although I guess the size of the fire doesn't really matter. It just has to be surrounding you, I guess, and that's less than a fraction of an acre, I guess. But, I mean, who knows how long she was fucking walking for through this. I mean, my God. I can't even imagine. It's just wildly apocalyptic. We saw pieces of this before.
Sides of her, and just drove out there and grabbed her real quick.
Chief Martinez rushed her down the canyon to Lake Elsinore, where an ambulance was waiting.
We're all extremely proud.
OCFA's Steve Concialdi said Martinez was determined to get her help.
He did an outstanding job, and that patient was able to be transported to a local hospital, and then she was eventually transported to a burn center.
The chief's heroic rescue is just one example of crews helping this community. Orange County firefighters also helped these horses without water in the fire zone.
The firefighters are also bringing carrots from their brown bag lunches, and they're feeding the horses.
Not sure that's the thing. I mean, I get it, but hey, you probably need the energy.
The airport fire has now burned more than 23,000 acres. It injured 10 firefighters and 2 others in the area. All of them are expected to be okay. And thankfully, this memorial is okay too, though the land around it was scorched. This memorial honors 6 firefighters who died in a fire here in the 50s. So amid
it's a sort of full circle that you don't want. Thankfully, that memorial was spared. You go to your page. Oh, you're talking. I see what you're talking. Okay. All right, where are we now on all this stuff? All right, we're done with the West Coast. Let's go inland to Colorado, where there is another fire and calls for evacuations in the Crystal Lakes area in northern Colorado. This is Denver 7 from 8 hours ago.
We continue to follow breaking news in Larimer County. Evacuation centers have been put in place as several areas near Crystal Lakes are being burned in the Pearl wildfire. Mandatory evacuations are ordered for the Crystal Lakes area south of Black Mountain and north of Lake Erie near CR 86 and CR 170, as well as residents of Crystal Lake north of Black Mountain extending to the Colorado-Wyoming state line. If you live in those areas, authorities say you need to leave immediately. An evacuation center is available at Livermore Community Hall. Also, an animal evacuation center.
Okay. So yeah, that's all I have on this particular fire. But fire puns can be quite inflammatory. Wow. Wow. It's a little insensitive, bud. But, I can appreciate the attempt at comedy. Oh, God. And... oh, good. My browser is frozen. Oh. That's what I wanted, actually, so that's a relief. Ew. Ah, boy. So how's everybody doing right now? You enjoying the very end of summer here? It's almost over. Winter is coming. Well, at least fall. But really winter. Winter is coming. Fact is like half the country doesn't even get a real fall, right? Like you can pretend it's fall, but it's not really fall. Your calendar says it's fall, but the weather outside does not. I need more tchotchkes. You think there's not an adequate enough number of tchotchkes on the desk? I feel like I've improved this, but perhaps more tchotchkes will be added. Oh, yes, there we go. Now my browser's working. Thank God. Okay. Where are we? Alright, let's go down to Texas. ABC 13 Houston. Deer Park pipeline fire jumps Spencer Highway and spreads to LaPorte, prompting evacuations. So this isn't a wildfire, this is a fucking oil pipeline fire.
Sky Eye giving us as much information as he can. Again, this is a massive pipeline fire burning here in the LaPorte area. So we have learned a few details here. Luetta and...
You know, I love about this particular story is that it's a massive waste of fossil fuels, but we still get to burn them and get the added benefit of extra hydrocarbons in the atmosphere. That's what's so great about this.
That is the evacuation zone. If you are in that area, you are told to evacuate safely right now. One thing that Don mentioned, we have no idea what is burning right now. That is something we're trying to get a handle on so we can figure that out and figure out how dangerous or if it is dangerous at all. I can tell you that right now.
Or if it's dangerous at all. I'm sorry. What did you just say? It's clearly dangerous. It's like a fucking 300-foot high pillar of fire that's causing the surrounding area to smolder and blacken. Yeah, it seems dangerous.
Our news desk is working very hard to get more information for you right now. Also, Spencer Highway closed in both directions. Also, the area around Walmart and H-E-B blocked off to traffic, and you can understand why. If you take a look at your screen, look at this pipeline fire right here. And as well as the pipeline fire, we have grass fires happening all around the area. And you can see water being put on those grass fires as they are working very hard. The Office of Emergency Management to try and figure this out. Don Armstrong also mentioned that there is a vehicle, some sort of vehicle near that pipeline fire. At this point, we don't know how that vehicle is involved or if it's involved at all. But Don mentioned that it is very unusual to have a vehicle so close to a pipeline like this, so close to this area. We don't know if anyone's injured in that vehicle as well. We're working on that. But take a look as Sky Eye is zooming in on this pipeline fire. My goodness.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It is just ferocious here. And you can see it there burning from the ground, and it goes all the way up.
This is the worst
my goodness.
story ever.
And black
I hate
smoke
this.
coming up from the top of that fire. We
All right,
again
it's
are
not the
working
worst
to
one.
see if
This
there
is-
are any injuries. We are also trying to figure out why that car is near that fire. But I can tell you right now that they are asking that you evacuate that area.
As we take a look at the live images here, let's tell you about the reunification.
Remember when she was asking, she wasn't sure if it was dangerous or not? That appears to be a house on fire.
Center. So she wanted to reunite with her dog. There are people who there's no power. Remember,
And take it back
cell service.
2 houses
you
on
heard
fire.
about the man earlier who's trying to get a hold of his family. There is a designated place where authorities are helping evacuate people.
Excuse me, really quick, if you don't mind, Jacob here. We are taking a live look here as firefighters, and we will get to that reunification information in just a moment. But this is our first time seeing this. It appears now that some of these homes are on fire, and that absolutely breaks our heart. So we are looking at firefighters as they are.
Either way, I mean, wow. It is so weird to hear these people sometimes. Just the way that they do these stories. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on right now? Not sure if this giant pillar of fire is dangerous or not. Let's move on. It's like, wait, hold on. Sorry, a bunch of houses are on fire. Whoopsies. I believe some people were in fact hurt by this fire caused by a pipeline accident of some sort. Now let's look at a different problem affecting people in Maryland. Whoops, it's the wrong one. There we go.
Tubing strewn on the shore. What appears to be the remnants of a syringe sticks up from the sand. This was the scene Sunday in Ocean City as medical waste washed onto Delmarva's beaches. Beaches were shut down for swimming as waste continued to come ashore, shocking LaToya Thomas and her family visiting from California.
I mean, you know, just coming to the beaches is a safe place, you would think, especially for families and just wanting to lay back and have fun, and just to know that, you know, something like that is even possible with the waste and then the dangerousness of the needles.
Assateague Island National Seashore says it's not clear where the debris came from. That's under investigation in both Maryland and Delaware. Multiple beaches were shut down altogether, some for just swimming. Beachgoers hope to see it cleaned up quickly, not just for them.
It's also
So yeah, Maryland's beaches suddenly inundated with medical waste. Unexpectedly. Source unknown. Seems like a problem. Hopefully somebody figures out how the fuck that happened. Alright, now while we're over here on the East Coast, let's go to North Carolina here, where they have been dealing with some flooding recently.
The rain and strong winds are pounding our coast now and have been for several hours. Some areas in New Hanover County are dealing with flooding. WRAL's Monica Casey joins us now live from the coast at Wrightsville Beach. Monica, I know you just got there not too long ago. What are your initial impressions of what you're seeing?
Yeah, Jeff, the conditions really got a lot worse as we headed further east through the state. We saw heavy wind and rain and lightning on the highways. We're actually in a little bit of a lull here on Wrightsville Beach right now. If you take a look over in this direction, you can see blue sky. It looks kind of nice, but this is really different than what it was like when we got here 10, 15 minutes ago. That was raining, a lot of really strong wind. I spoke with a few people who tell me the waves were actually crashing up at the bottom of Johnny Mercer's Pier. Over at the end down there, you can see a little bit of that rough ocean here right now. So we're in a little bit of a lull, but it was worse when we got here. It's starting to get darker over further north over here as well. So we haven't seen much flooding or ponding on the roads in this area in Wrightsville Beach, but we have heard from a lot of people that we have been speaking with out getting some photos of the ocean that they're hearing things are not good over in Carolina Beach area, some flooding over there. We've seen some social media posts about that. So we'll be heading in that direction.
Okay. Let's do that. Here's WRAL from 4 hours ago. 18 plus inches of rain at Carolina Beach. Roads washed away. People on cars.
Live look back at Carolina Beach. Now the sun is starting to come out, but we have seen some serious and damaging flooding there. More than 18 inches of rain has fallen in this area, and the National Weather Service says this was a 1,000-year flood. That means Carolina Beach has a 0.1% chance of seeing this much rain in just one day. WRAL's Monica Casey joins us now live, continuing our team coverage from the coast. Monica?
Yeah, Deborah, flooding has been the main issue here today. We've spoken with people who had to be rescued. Take a look at this car over here behind me. You can see a fire truck going by in front of it right now. The message that I'm hearing from a lot of people is that they just weren't prepared for this much flooding. A lot of them telling me they have weathered other storms here. One man compared this level of flooding to Florence. Now, I spoke with a woman who had to be rescued by Carolina.
Wasn't even a
She
hurricane.
grew up here and says she's never seen anything like this. Nikki Taylor and her wife had to pick up their granddaughter early from school. It was on their way home around 8:45 when they took this turn and found their car nearly entirely underwater.
Holy shit, the Jeep is halfway in. I can't believe he's getting through that.
So we stayed in the car and called 911, and our amazing firemen came and pulled us out of the car.
Luckily, everyone in that car was okay. Taylor giving big thanks to the fire department here. And it's not just on Carolina Beach where we've seen people being rescued. People had to sit on top of their cars on Highway 17 at Randolphville Road. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office posted these photos of people on their Facebook page who had to be rescued. Now, the flooding here has a long way to go. You can see all this muck here below me. This is where the waters were when we arrived around 1 o'clock this afternoon, so it's gone back a little bit, but that car, the water around it hasn't gone down much at all, so there's going to be a lot of cleanup. Winds have also been a big issue here today. We've seen a little bit of damage to some businesses. We'll speak with some people on that end of things coming up at 5:30. Live at Carolina Beach, Monica Casey, WRAL News.
Okay, well, that's the situation that's going on in North Carolina. Seems to be that the rain itself has subsided now. They're just dealing with the aftermath of all of it. Don't Jeeps have elevated exhausts? Not normal ones. Some of them do. Not all of them. It depends. If I'm not mistaken, you have to opt in for some sort of a, what do you call it? Like a package. All right. What are we doing on time? Not bad. Not bad. Let's do this. PBS Terra from 4 days ago. Why this unusual pattern may save the rainforests.
Hidden along the equator lies a rainforest like no other. The Choco is a kaleidoscope of life, an enchanting home to an astonishing array of species, many found nowhere else on Earth. But like most of Earth's tropical rainforests, the Choco is under threat. Widespread deforestation for agriculture, logging, and human settlements has pushed this incredible ecosystem to the brink of disappearing. But there is hope, thanks to these. These are tree islands, small patches of trees replanted within larger deforested areas. Scientists think this groundbreaking idea could change the world's forest recovery efforts by allowing the forest to regrow itself, thanks to one surprising ingredient: animal poop. Here in Ecuador, the Choco rainforest covers approximately 7,000 square kilometers, nearly 1.5 times the size of Grand Canyon National Park. Separated from the Amazon by the towering Andes, the Choco is a world unto itself. It's also one of the wettest places on Earth. Some spots receiving upwards of 400 inches of rain per year. It's also one of the world's most biologically diverse places, a home for over 800 species of birds, 140 species of mammals, and 9,000 species of plants. Here, inside a 100-meter square, you can find nearly as many tree species as in all of Europe. Rainforests like the Choco are critical for preserving Earth's biodiversity. These are some of the determined researchers on a mission to save this remarkable ecosystem.
156.2. They contain more than half of all of the species in the world, even though they occupy a relatively small proportion of the Earth's land surface. There's new species being discovered in tropical rainforests every year, including here in northwestern Ecuador. Every year, an area of tropical forest gets cut down that's about the size of Lake Michigan.
The Choco is considered one of the most threatened ecoregions in the world. In Ecuador, only about 2% of the original forest cover remains. As more and more of it is converted to palm oil plantations, countless species of plants and animals are at risk of extinction.
I've
witnessed significant changes since my childhood, particularly the decline of the
Fernando
forest.
is now fighting to restore his native lands.
In 15, 20 years, suddenly I saw that the forests that I had seen growing were no longer there. The river began to dry up within my community, and I saw many changes.
But saving a rainforest is not an easy task. Although scientists know what a healthy tropical forest looks like, they still know very little about how to regrow them.
We understand the concept of a healthy forest and how to measure it. But our question is whether the forest has the inherent capacity to regenerate itself.
At this point, maybe you're thinking, why not just plant trees? One new tree to replace every old one. Well, the cost, for starters. Additionally, many traditional replanting efforts have focused on replanting only a small number of tree species. But this allows only a few fast-growing species to dominate the regrown forest, and it really fails to recreate the complex diversity of species in natural rainforests, which can contain upwards of 400 tree species in an area the size of a Manhattan city block. Regrowing a forest by only replanting a few species is like trying to paint a Picasso with only primary colors. But here, scientists are trying something new, an idea that harnesses the power of nature itself. Instead of planting rows of seedlings in a large-scale plantation, the researchers are creating small strategic patches filled with a diverse mix of native trees, They hope that over time, these empty spaces will be filled by the same natural processes that keep healthy rainforests lush and diverse.
All right. I just thought that was a sort of a good kind of pick-me-up story while we're doing the environmental half here, which is often sort of difficult and doomerific. So, felt apt to do something a little more optimistic. Ooh, Moanob says hydrate. Better do it. Oh no. Well, I can't hydrate without a drink. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. All right, getting hydrated. All right. Why is this? I don't like the way that's holding. Whatever. Whatever. Stop fiddling. Oh, that's what I need to put on the desk. I just realized. Huh. Weird that I would just think about that. Alright, let's go on. What did we just finish with? Ah, yes. The rainforests and the regrowing of them. Let's go to here. Talk about the ocean real quick. This isn't really a feel-good story or even really that much of an environmental story aside from the fact that it happened in the ocean. Here's CBS News from 8 hours ago. Titan submersible Coast Guard hearing on Titanic dive implosion.
The U.S. Coast Guard has launched a formal public hearing into the implosion of the Titan submersible that killed 5 people last year. The Titan was on an expedition to explore the wreck of the Titanic when contact was lost nearly 2 hours into its dive. After an extensive search and rescue operation, the Titan's wreckage was found on the ocean's floor 4 days later. CBS News correspondent Roxana Saberi is covering this for us. I mean, Roxana, this captivated the country, the search, and then, of course, the news that it had, in fact, imploded. The former engineering director for Ocean Gate, the company that owned the Titan submersible, testified today. What did we learn?
Hi, Lindsay. Yes, actually, that former engineer is testifying. He said already this morning that Stockton Rush, who was a co-founder of Ocean Gate and really the man behind this idea of the Titan, and he was one of the 5 victims on board, that he was often difficult to work with. Now, this former engineer, Tony Nissen, said that, sorry, I should say former engineering director, said that he and Stockton often disagreed on engineering decisions, whether it was about safety or design, but they had arguments behind closed doors. And in the end, he often lost these arguments. He said, in fact, that final decisions were made by Rush and that most people eventually would back down from Stockton Rush, saying it was like death by 1,000 cuts. Now, we know from last year when we were covering this and since then that critics said that certain measures were made to that sacrificed safety on board the submersible. And this former engineering director said that often decisions were made because Stockton Rush wanted to save on costs. Also, critics say that the Titan lacked costly and
Yeah, that's not a great look. Trying to save cost on your submarine. And then it imploded. Well, that's why you don't skimp on submarines. Okay, now let's go to Europe and discuss this flooding that has been going on there once again, as the devastation which has been wrought upon the areas. Well, it's something that hasn't been seen in the area for decades. In some cases longer than that.
The death toll in Central and Eastern Europe rose on Sunday after days of torrential rain triggered flooding and burst riverbanks. At an emergency meeting, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk announced the country's first death after a person drowned in the southwest. Tusk said about 1,600 people were evacuated from their homes and expected many more to be forced to leave home, with more rain forecast for the next 2 days. It comes after officials in Romania said on Saturday that several people died and thousands of homes were damaged by flooding in the eastern part of the country. In Galati County, residents faced fast-flowing floodwaters that destroyed their homes and killed pets and livestock.
It destroyed everything. I don't have anything left. The beds are filled with mud, the pillows are filled. I have nowhere to sleep. Nothing, nothing, nothing.
Tens of thousands of households have been left without power in the region, with the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, southern Germany, and parts of Austria also expected to see more heavy rain.
It was almost hard to notice just how bad it was in there with the door closed. Then she opens it up, and you're just like, holy shit. Just completely full of mud. Oh, fuck. I think this is supposed to be a street. Instead, it's decided to be a river.
Czech news agency CTK reported that more than 50,000 households had their electricity supply cut off, mostly in the north and northeastern areas. Forecasters warned that parts of the country could see more than a third of average annual rainfall by Sunday.
Romania, do you think Andrew Tate is swimming? Could be. Could be. Isn't he under house arrest? He's probably stuck in his house. He's probably still stuck in the, what do you call it? The, top compound. Probably the top compound, stuck. As stuck as he already was, because he's under house arrest. Let's go here. Associated Press from 17 hours ago. Death toll rises as flooding forces evacuations in Central Europe. So this appears to be the Czech Republic. Seems totally normal. I'm sure they... I can't, come on. I can't do it. This is fucking wild. How can you even imagine? Like coming to your door and being like, oh, there's a river at our front door. Well, what does it want, honey? I don't know. I don't know. But it's there. Maybe give it some sugar.
Lidí, kteří byli 2 metry nad náma, sundali jsme jich ze střechy a naproti jsou uvízli další lidi a je to velký proud. Snažíme se tam nějak dostat. Muset nějakou...
Oops, sorry. I forgot this had some... Okay. We were rescuing people that were 2 meters above us on a roof. There are other people trapped in front of it, but the current is very strong. We've been trying to get there to figure out an alternative way to reach them because the current is too strong for the boats. It is a catastrophe of great scale. All the neighborhoods around the river are flooded, including Katarinki? I live on the other side of Opava, so I'm safe here. It will take a while to deal with the consequences, and we'll have to help them out. It's a strong-ass fence. Which fence? I don't know which fence you're talking about anymore. I mean, Any fence that withstood that flooding is clearly a strong fence, though, so. Let's go here. Czech Republic. Wow. What in the is this a movie set? What the fuck is this? This is insane. That's just a normal city street, or what's supposed to be a normal city street. Instead, it's just littered with cars. That's not a normal term, but that feels appropriate. It's littered with cars and boulders and rocks and rubble and debris. It is wild looking. Some real doomerific shit today. Yeah, that's the correct reaction, sir. A very, very sad shrug. Good God. This is fucking wild. The fact is, these floods have been deadly. They've killed people in pretty much every country that it hit. Let's go to this. I think this is drone footage from Poland. Actually, wait, no. This is Czech Republic again. Take it back. Take it back. This is drone footage from the Czech Republic. Oh my God. Is that an oil? Oh my God. You can barely tell. It's almost completely submerged. That is insane. Those towers are usually like 20 feet high. Right? I think these are like oil storage right here. Like gasoline, refinement, something like that. And those towers are usually like 20 feet high. Maybe it's something different. Actually, maybe it's something. Maybe I'm mistaking. I guess they could also be. Now that I'm looking around, it might not be that. You know, I'll bet that's a fish farm. I take it all back. That could be completely different than what I'm looking at. Hard to tell from this high up. I should probably stop guessing. Good Lord. There's a railroad down there. Now let's look at drone footage of Poland. Same fucking... Oh my God. This just looks insane. The entire city is just underwater. This is surreal. Good God. How are we supposed to run human society if it's underwater? Anybody got any ideas? Okay. Alright, I think we've seen enough of the damage. Let's talk about who should pay for it. And, well, a Greenpeace activist went on France 24 and had some ideas, which I found intriguing. Let's go here. This is from France 24 English from 7 hours ago. Actually, wait. I'm sorry.
Bursting their banks and inundating towns.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. Take it back. I forgot about this. I totally forgot about these videos in here. I must have slipped these in right before the stream. That's right. Okay. Sorry. No. Before we do that, we actually have more footage to look at because the flooding got even fucking worse than what we saw. Shit. Go to this one, actually.
Poland is set to declare a state of natural disaster as extreme flooding extends across parts of Central and Eastern Europe, and torrential downpours are forecast to continue until at least the end of the day. Well, at least 4 people have died in Poland, 5 have been killed in Romania, while in Austria a firefighter died tackling the floods there. At least 1 person has also died in the Czech Republic. And some parts of Poland have faced the worst flooding in almost 3 decades. And a bridge collapsed in this historic Polish town, which is near the Czech border. Well, our correspondent in Prague, Rob Cameron, says that there is hope that rivers have culminated and will not get higher in Czechia.
Well, as you can probably see, there is still quite...
So yeah, I said that. That was 14 hours ago. Here's 11 hours ago. Reuters. More flooding.
Bursting their banks and inundating towns.
Oh
More
my God,
rivers
it got
across
worse.
Central Europe have been unable to deal with a deadly deluge of
Holy
heavy rain
fuck.
from the worst flooding in at least 2 decades.
This might be as bad
On
as Brazil.
Monday, Poland's government declared a disaster in affected areas and said that it had set aside $260 million to help victims. Prime Minister Donald Tusk said his country and others affected would seek financial aid from the European Union. The southern Polish town of Kłodzko was still inundated with water on Monday, after border areas between the Czech Republic and Poland were hit hard over the weekend. Surging water levels collapsed some bridges, forced evacuations, and left a trail of destruction. And in Nysa, swollen rivers caused a hospital to evacuate its patients, including pregnant women and elderly people in rafts. The country's education minister said 420 schools had been closed across 4 provinces. Water levels in some parts of Poland were not expected to peak until Wednesday. Thousands have been evacuated in the Czech Republic and in the town
Look
of
at these
Jeseník.
photos.
Floods.
It is insane. Every photo I see is worse than the last. What the hell? This whole road is gone. Or is it covered? I can't even tell if it's covered in stuff or if the whole thing has been destroyed. No, it appears at least part of it's been completely ripped apart. Because you can see, like, how... You see how this is sticking out? And there's sort of like a gap. It's not supposed to be like that.
Thousands have been evacuated in the Czech Republic and in the town of Jeseník. Floods stormed through on Sunday, destroying vehicles, roads and homes. Some residents have begun the clean-up after water levels began to drop. This man saw water as high as 2 meters running through the street. He says his house may need to be taken down and the telephone lines are not working. Water and electricity are also out. Devastating impacts have also been felt in eastern Romania, where villages and towns were submerged. Countries along the Danube River, including Slovakia and Hungary, were also on watch as levels were expected to rise. Budapest has declared 12,000 soldiers are on standby to respond. In Austria, the levels of rivers and reservoirs fell overnight as rain eased, but officials...
Okay, let's go here. This is the last of them. I think. Yeah. Well, until we talk about what I was alluding to before. Central Europe is facing widespread flooding as heavy rain battered the region, causing rivers to overflow. The situation is indeed still very dramatic in many areas, as you yourselves are all reporting on throughout the day. The most dramatic situation is in the Kludska Valley. That is, of course, Stony, Slatsky, and Ladek. We have the first confirmed death by drowning here in Kludsko County. In the Kludsko County, 600 people were evacuated. Holy shit, these are primarily local evacuations. What is that? Just like in Stony, people are moving to higher parts of the city. Now, so what's happened here, right, is that it's gotten drastically worse due to the fact that a dam collapsed in a Polish city and, well, released all the water that was above it. We know this cannot last for weeks. This is for several dozen hours. We expect that there will be many such evacuations. Officials said at least 4 people died and thousands of homes were damaged by flooding in eastern Romania. Okay, so they are trying to deal with the aftermath of all of this. It would appear already. That footage is insane. The cleanup and the rebuilding of all this is going to be, it's going to cost some money for sure. All right. Speaking of it costing some money, let's go to this conversation, which was had on France 24 English earlier today. Is it here?
To the experiences that we're seeing play out.
Sorry, I'm a little ahead.
By the damages.
There we are.
Disasters. Well, to discuss, we're joined now by Ian Duff. He is head of Greenpeace International's Stop Drilling, Start Paying
Please hold.
campaign. Ian, good.
Hold on. Stream software just decided to take a break on working. Please hold. Please, for the love of God, hold. Why are you awake? I don't know. Well, first off, I think you are, out of most people here, the furthest back, time-wise, right? If I'm mistaken, it's still Monday for you, still Moonday. So that makes more sense than from some other people that we have here. Like PB, who appears to be calling it a night.
To have you with us on the programme this evening. Greenpeace, you're saying that you are concerned that disasters like this will only get worse until oil and gas giants stop drilling for fossil fuels that are driving climate change. What exactly needs to happen according to Greenpeace?
Yes, well, first, thank you very much for having me on. And let me start by saying that Greenpeace is truly horrified by the damages brought by these floods. And we stand in solidarity too with the survivors and the families of the victims. But also we applaud the courage of the first responders, the firefighters, the medical staff who are out there now saving people and helping them get their lives back. And what we'd love to see now is European leaders match that courage by boldly facing this crisis. And what that means is pretty simple. We need a plan to get off oil and gas as quickly as possible. That's what we need in order to make sure that these sorts of floods are not going to be getting worse and worse with each year.
You say it's simple, Ian, but are European leaders actually ready to listen to those calls?
I think they need to listen to the experiences that we're seeing play out almost every week now. We're seeing them right now in Eastern Europe. They're absolutely horrific, but this is not unusual. This is not unique now. We're seeing this every week, and it's not just Europe. Right now in Western Africa, for instance, 1,000 people have died there from flooding. So our leaders need to listen to the experiences that they're seeing play out, that real people are experiencing. And a lot of people right now are going to be saying, how do I pay for this? Who helps me? And what we're saying is it needs to be the big oil and gas companies that have created this problem. They're the ones that should pay for it.
How do you get them to pay, though? How would such a system work? Presumably there would be significant pushback from those oil companies, from those gas companies. So
here's one idea. Just kidding.
how would such a policy work in practice?
Well, first of all, we need to be really clear about why they're responsible. And the first thing to say there is that the oil and gas companies have known for decades that they're causing the climate crisis, and that they've covered it up and they've delayed solutions in order to keep extracting and selling polluting fuels that experts say we cannot afford to burn. Illegal. So that's why they deserve to be held to account, and why we need to start to make them pay. Now, how do we do that? Well, the second thing to say is that they've got the money. It's not like they can't afford it. On average, the industry has made $2.8 billion a day for the past 50 years. They've made trillions out of heating up our home planet, and it's only fair that they pick up the bill. So we're calling on leaders now to introduce a climate damages tax, and that would apply a tax to those companies, and we would use that money to pay for the damages that people right now are facing.
But I guess those oil companies, those gas companies would argue that there are very many factors at play when it comes to disasters like the one that's playing out in Central Europe currently. So how much of that blame can be laid at the hands of the gas and oil industry?
Well, that's a really interesting question. And what we're actually seeing at the moment in the US is the rise of a lot of lawsuits now being brought by major US cities against oil and gas industries. And what those lawsuits are arguing is that because the oil and gas companies knew, because they acted to cover that up or to hide or to deny or to delay, they can be held accountable for that. And so we're watching very closely right now at those lawsuits to see whether how those courts will rule. And we very much hope that those judges will rule that oil and gas should be forced to pay for climate damages.
And as we've seen what's been happening in Central Europe over the last few days, climate scientists, they're saying that...
Okay, I thought that was a very good idea. Makes perfect sense. Now, I don't know how long all of the oil and gas companies can pay these things off for, but I figure we might as well just do it until they run out of money. Seems about right. Fact is, these companies lied intentionally. You spent a great deal of money to deceive the public, lobby the government to get whatever the fuck they wanted, disregarded the science, which they had already done themselves, and just said basically to themselves, it's okay if we destroy the earth because, you know, money. Alright, now let's go to some other people who are dealing with flooding just a bit south of here in Nigeria. Let's go to Reuters here from a couple of days ago.
The aftermath of flooding in Nigeria's northeast is...
Damn. Grand Theft Autobot is calling out Soul Life for having gone mad with power.
The aftermath of flooding in Nigeria's northeast is raising alarming humanitarian concerns, with thousands facing displacement and a sharp increase in prices that threaten food security. Floods that swept through Nigeria's Borno state have affected up to 1 million people, its governor said on September 11th. At this camp in Maiduguri, children and families scrape the last bits from pots. Water scarcity also looms. Yagamo Malum Kachala and her large family were rescued from the flood by soldiers who got to them by boat. She says they have no food.
We were given a canopy and told that if we don't have a government-authorized card, we will not benefit from anything here. So I must go out and find some food for my family to eat. I have no money, and my elder brother also has no money. I don't even know where he is now. He must have gone scavenging.
The flood began when a dam overflowed after heavy rains. Authorities scrambled to rescue residents and put them in temporary shelters. The United Nations World Food Program delivered aid to displaced.
It's the exact same picture, but it's less developed, and so there's less protection against the flooding. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's terrible. Good lord.
Shelters. The United Nations World Food Program delivered aid to displaced people on Friday. Emmanuel Biganimana, the head of its Maiduguri area office, said there are hundreds of thousands of people now living in internally displaced people camps and on the street.
This is really an additional burden to already existing crisis. This region has been facing conflict for a decade, and more recently we have seen food inflation that where food has been really, food prices have been skyrocketing.
Yeah, well, Nigeria, we've talked about this in the past. Nigeria is getting hit from all sides. And specifically, we're talking about the people of Nigeria getting hit from all sides, it would seem. And whether it's the environment, whether it's the conflict, like the warring and stuff that's been happening, or the sort of positioning for power amongst different people in their country, or the destruction of their currency's value over the last, how long has it been? I can't remember how long. Like it's lost like 95+% of its value over, I think, a decade or something like that. And of course, that has been absolutely horrible for everybody in Nigeria. Okay, now let's talk about I'm gonna break up the flooding talk. Let's break it up just a little bit here. Just so we aren't literally inundated by flooding videos. Let's go here to France 24 to discuss a completely different situation in the far north.
Now, a study published in the Journal of Geomorphology says that global warming is a reason the Batagaika crater in Siberia is growing larger. It's also known as the Gate to Hell, a crater which releases thousands of tons of CO2 every year. It's also expanding at a record speed. To talk more about this, we can bring in Julia Seeger. Julia, firstly, did I pronounce that crater right? I'm not sure I did. Okay.
She seems impressed,
So now
honestly.
there are two places in the world that have almost the same name. Here, of course, we're talking talking about the Bata Gaika crater in Siberia and not the one in Turkmenistan.
That's right. I think it's important to touch on this because a lot of people confuse them. There's the gate to hell, which is the Batagak crater. It's located in Siberia. That's what we're going to be talking about today.
That's a cheery name.
But there's also the gateway to hell, which is located this time.
We need two of these. We need a gate to hell and a gateway to hell. Come on, people. Can we be a little bit more creative with the names? I mean, I get where they're coming with the names. This genuinely appears to be the gateway to hell and what this thing actually is. But come on.
In Darvaza, Turkmenistan, and this is a natural gas field. We've actually spoke about it here during a science segment. You can find it on our website, but pretty much it's a 30-meter deep gas crater that has been on fire since 1971 when Soviet petrochemical scientists decided to light it on fire to get rid of a gas leak that revealed itself because of a release of a land collapse. But once again, you can find that on our website. Today, we're talking about the Bata Gaika crater. It's called a crater, but it's actually a mega slump, which is growing over time and was first spotted in the 1960s thanks to classified satellites, and it's now expanding and has been for the last 60 years. And it really went from this insignificant ravine to this huge tadpole. You're going to see it really looks like a tadpole-shaped slump that covers 200 acres, is 1 kilometer long, and in some areas it's 100 meters deep. So from 1991 to 2018, it actually tripled in size, and you can see that on the.
And you can see here, along this right here, this is permafrost, right? You can tell because of the sort of, what you would call it, the sheen, if you will, right? It's all frozen tundra, trapping methane and CO2 inside of it.
So from 1991 to 2018, it actually tripled in size, and you can see that on the satellite images, thanks to the European program Copernicus, which uses the satellites, the Sentinel satellites. And what actually was said in the study that you just mentioned is that this mega slump is due to the thawing of permafrost. Now, this is what we thought, but it's now confirmed. Now, what is permafrost? To understand, you have to understand what permafrost is. Well, as the name suggests, it's part of the ground that is permanently frozen. So what happens is under the effect of heat, the ice, which cements the subsoil, is going to, subsoil that is deep, of course, deep down, is going to melt and turn into water, and that is going to create subsidence. And hence, subsequently, the surface of the earth is going to create sinkholes. Now, what actually started that, the thawing of permafrost, was the deforestation during the Soviet era. And without that plant cover of the earth, the sun was able to really hit and heat the soil. And hence, that's a good news for science because on one hand, when the permafrost...
It's good news for science. When she says that, what she means is that it's like... It reveals an area of the earth that was not available to scientists previously due to the fact that it was fucking frozen and underground. Right? Bad news for scientists and all humans is that it, the thawing of the permafrost is in fact releasing a just utterly massive amount of methane gas into the atmosphere, which is incredibly destructive. 20, was it? It's more than that. Just suffice to say, it's a great deal more damaging than carbon dioxide.
Melts, it releases a lot of organic matter. That means also animals, plants from the Ice Age, from the last Ice Age. And they were actually able to find a horse, a baby horse. You're going to see here a very well-preserved skin, hair, and tail. And what's interesting is that
I guess it's worth it then.
Releasing a lot of organic matter, but also a lot of gases that were previously trapped inside the earth. And what you should know is that permafrost soil actually contains twice as much carbon. So this is why we say that it's releasing so much carbon. And of course, it's a vicious circle because the more it releases, the more it melts, the more it releases carbon and methane in the atmosphere, the warmer it gets. And as you can understand, it's a vicious circle.
And the fact is, this is not just the soil. She only talked about the soil. In much of the permafrost, there exists massive pockets beneath the permafrost just directly beneath it that are just filled, just huge, like, chasms. All right, I might be a little bit, maybe going a little far, but just really big pockets of methane gas, just pure methane gas, essentially frozen, has been frozen for a very, 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 very long time, since before the last ice age. And this melting threatens to release that sort of very old, dormant methane sitting there. But Franz 24 doesn't want to be too alarmist. Science as well. That's right, Bruno. We talk all sorts of stuff here on the stream. We go from... You are new, so, I'll explain what we do here real quick. Every day that we do a stream, we do regular U.S. We start off with the U.S. news and other sorts of topics relating to, not just U.S., just North American stuff. So we head up U.S., Canada, sometimes Mexico, but I'm not very good at that, honestly. I don't do enough Mexico news. Everybody here can attest to that. But then we do the second half, like we are right now, which is all environmental news, Earth-related, extreme weather, stuff like that. And then we do global news, as well as, you'll see. All right, let's go. Where are we? Okay, right, we got done with the permafrost. Now, let's go back to incredible amounts of rain. And the fact is, we've been talking about Asia getting absolutely hammered by storms in the last, month and a half? They've been hit by 4 or 5 very large typhoons. Maybe more. Hard to keep track of all these things in my brain. But, here's another one. Apparently, they've got a new one called Typhoon Bebinka, which is, has recently gone through Shanghai in the last 24 hours, and is apparently the strongest storm that the area has seen since the 40s. So for nearly 100 years.
The bustling financial hub of Shanghai was brought to a complete standstill by Typhoon Bebinka on Monday. The Category 1 storm marks the most powerful tropical cyclone to directly hit the city of 25 million in more than 7 decades. State media reported that it made landfall early Monday morning, packing top wind speeds of 94 miles per hour. As rain lashed down, strong winds felled more than 10,000 trees across Shanghai. More than 400,000 people were evacuated from at-risk.
Jesus, 500,000 people evacuated?
Travel plans were disrupted for many during the weekend's 3-day public holiday, with over 1,400 flights and hundreds of trains cancelled, as well as services disrupted at metro stations and some road closures. Despite rarely being hit directly by strong typhoons, residents of Shanghai, like student Fu Qiheng, weren't worried about the impact, instead lauding the city's infrastructure. By early Monday afternoon, the eye of the storm had crossed from Shanghai to the
Wow. That's some nationalist shit right there. NBD, just the biggest typhoon to hit the area in the last 100 years. China's infrastructure is super great. Alright, pal, let's settle it down, huh?
The strongest typhoon to hit Shanghai since 1949 has flooded roads with water, broken tree branches, and knocked out power to hundreds of homes. Bebinka hit the city of nearly 25 million with wind speeds of 151 kilometers per hour. Flights, ferries, and train services were suspended in the megacity, disrupting travel during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Shanghai is rarely subject to direct hits from strong typhoons that generally make landfall farther south in China.
现在走在台湾呢，就是那个风
It's a little difficult to walk on a typhoon day in such winds, but it's not completely impossible to walk. When walking on the road, be careful of something that blows, such as tree branches, and be careful of being smashed. Yeah, no shit. I'm not worried. I just walked all the way here. Although the road is messy, you can see that the infrastructure is comprehensive. I'm not too worried about the big impact on Shanghai by the typhoon. Alright, this is the last one on this.
In what's claimed to be the strongest storm to hit the Chinese city in more than 70 years, Typhoon Babinka has smashed into Shanghai, with more than 400,000 people having to be evacuated. Packing top wind speeds of 150 k's an hour, Babinka landed in the city of nearly 25 million yesterday. More than 1,000 flights from Shanghai's 2 airports had to be cancelled as a result of that storm. State media reporting that it's the strongest storm to strike.
Right. It's time. Well, chat, as the final galactic intermission of this year's spacecast, so if there's anything you gotta do before the end of this year's stream, you better get it done right now. Before you do any of that, before you get out of your seats, make sure you've liked and also subscribed to the Galactic News Network on YouTube. We're still trying to get to 500 subscribers, and I know for a fact that some of you who are watching right now have not yet hit that button. What's wrong? Is your thumb or finger missing? What's happening here? Now, if you've done both of those things, fantastic. I appreciate it. And I would encourage you to now take at least a portion of this here intermission, considering donating to the Galactic News Network, as we run basically entirely on donations and not from ad revenue or anything else like that. And well, we need your support. Plenty of different options for donations, including becoming a galactic patron on Patreon, which is the thing that I recommend to everyone, as not only do I get a 90% cut of everything that your subscriptions pay for, you get a whole host of super sweet benefits. So go check it out on Patreon. Click that link in the chat or on my bios in YouTube or Twitch. But there's other options if you want to just straight up give me money. I'm not opposed to that. So we have PayPal and Cash App now set up for you to do just that. Alright, chat. Well, grab yourselves a snack, and I'll be right back. very, very quiet. I'm hunting bot orbs. Alright. I'm back. And it's time for the final half. That's right, chat. Better get back to your seats. The final half is about to happen. Right now. That's actually much better. There we go. Fixed it. Thank you, Monob. I'm glad to be back. Okay. Well, it's time. Global news. But first, we are going to start it off with a little bit of space news. Let's go to global news from 2 weeks ago. James Webb Telescope spots 6 rogue worlds, baffling scientists.
What? It's science.
You're looking at a stellar nursery, young stars only a few million years old, captured in this stunning image by the James Webb Telescope.
Well, first, the image is just gorgeous. It's absolutely fantastic.
But it's more than just a pretty picture. Researchers at Johns Hopkins University found 6 proverbial needles in this haystack of the universe. Green circles marking so-called rogue planets 950 light years away.
And by this, we mean these objects that are kind of free-floating in space, untethered to any star or any body in space.
Maybe they just form without a star, and they just form like a star, but they have very, very small mass. Or they were, at some point, part of a planetary system, and with interactions, they were kicked out.
To see them, researchers had to use a Canadian tool known as NIRISS to detect light from far outside our solar system.
It was the first time we applied it to study young stars, something in our galaxy.
What they observed helps explain how planetary masses form, whether in disks of gas and dust around young stars, much like Jupiter and our own solar system, or from a cloud of gas and dust untethered to any star's gravity, like these free-floating objects.
Cool. I just didn't want to, literally could not go to global news without having hit up space news. So there we are. How can they detect them? By using a fancy, what do you call it? Array of, like, sensors, I guess you'd call it. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm not an actual astronaut, so I could be misunderstanding it. All right. Well, we're going to start the global news off here on Earth immediately in the UK. And let's go to Navarre Media.
The question of whether the US and Britain should extend Ukraine's permission to fire missiles within Russian borders is complex, high stakes, and requires nuance. That means one would hope those in a room discussing this are bringing a dose of realism to those discussions taking place in Washington right now. Unfortunately, one Labour minister is giving precisely the opposite impression.
These are two very significant powers. When America and the UK work together, then we can be a positive force in the world. And I think you'll see with Keir Starmer, Prime Minister, and with President Biden, you see a president who want to add up to a relationship that can be a positive force in the world.
That was Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, Peter Kyle, speaking to Sky. He won't actually be in that room in Washington, but presumably he's putting forward the position of the Labour government. I'm now joined by Aaron Bastani. Aaron, when America and the UK get together, do they tend to be a positive force in the world?
Well, when was the last time that Britain and the United States were a force for the good in the world? I mean, you probably have to go back to 1945, don't you? And the defeat of the Wehrmacht and Adolf Hitler in continental Europe. And of course, you would include in that Joseph Stalin too. I don't imagine Peter Kyle will be singing the praises of Uncle Joe anytime soon. In terms of international affairs since 1945, you know, this is the dynamic, dirty duo of international affairs. I think it's pretty fair to say that if the US and the UK come calling to your country...
Why do you feel betrayed? I'm just saying, I don't have the actual degrees and all of these things. Of course I'm a real astronaut in space, but I just, you know, NASA's not going to go hiring me from my space experience. You know, I'm just a guy in space. I don't have like an astronauting degree or anything.
You're in deep.
Yes, that's a real degree. Don't look it up.
Proverbial. That was the case for the Iranians in 1953 with the overthrow of Mohammad Mossadegh. Of course, more recently, it was the case for Iraqis in 2003. But time after time, these two countries have used the cloak, the veneer of the global interests, of democracy, of liberties, for what were naked national interests on their behalf. But actually, more accurately put, it was the interests, the narrow interests of the United States, with Britain really the fifth wheel of the car, which is US foreign policy. And Labour love this story because it makes them feel important. And there's an inverse correlation between Britain's actual importance and our real power in the world, because of course everybody sensible knows that economic, technological, political, social, cultural power is shifting towards Asia. Anybody with a brain and a pair of eyes and ears knows that. But as Britain's comparative influence in the world falls, then it becomes even more appealing and alluring to our political class to cling to Washington's coattails because they want to feel important. 100 years ago.
Jeez. Feel bad, even though I know that I have no real effect on American policy, but it's like, you know, UK shouldn't be following our lead on anything. It's a terrible plan. It's a terrible, terrible plan. We're doing so much stuff wrong. Why would you use us as a, you know, example of anything? That's what not to do. But yeah, no, it's an interesting. I always love Navarre conversations, not gonna lie. You have a great channel. If you're not already subscribed to Navarre, by the way, and I feel like I keep forgetting to do this for the channels that I actually enjoy, you should subscribe to them. You know, and they're on at different times. They're on during the day because, you know, they're over there on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. You know, they have different time schedules, so you can get a different show going on during the day, potentially. Okay, let's go here to Reuters. Let's quickly discuss the state of the economy. Not the United States economy or the UK economy specifically, but the global economy. Everybody's involved. Yay!
Will slowing economic data in China impact the rest of the world? Welcome to Market Insight. I'm Ludovica Brignola. China has released a slew of worrying economic data over the weekend, with August factory output, retail sales and investment numbers all missing expectations. What does this mean for other developed economies? Well, to help answer all that and more, I'm joined by Chris Beecham. He is Chief Market Analyst at IG. Thank you very much.
This is one of my pet
today,
peeves.
Chris, right, so
This is one of my pet peeves. I hate it when people when they sit in front of, they do like an interview in front of a green screen and then don't use the green screen. It's highly offensive to me. And don't tell me that you just painted your walls green. That's stupid. That's stupid. It's just so annoying. It's a complete waste. We could have enjoyed something in the background, and instead we have this fucking green wall.
over the weekend, new figures showed that China's industrial output growth slowed to a 5-month low in August. There was further weakening in both retail sales and new home prices. I mean, what kind of reaction are you expecting then from Chinese policymakers from the monetary and the fiscal side?
I think we are expecting action at some point from China. The weakening data has been a theme for quite a while now, really. The lack of really solid growth from China, or certainly the growth levels we've been used to in recent years, means that markets are worried about the direction of travel here, that things aren't getting better of themselves. And that does increase the onus on PBOC and on the Chinese government itself to do something. We have had these moves to help with mortgages, firstly.
Right, and what does this mean for the rest of the world, I wonder? I mean, can this be the reflection of a more global slowdown, or rather, do you expect spillover effects? Which exactly?
I think it is reflective of that broader global slowdown, certainly more pronounced in China than elsewhere, really. Commodity prices, of course, pricing quite a bit of deflation as well in China, and the CPI figures from there confirm that. And this is the worry. You've got the US beginning to slow, not as much, of course, but certainly moving in that direction. You've got a weak European economy, and then China as well. So the three key engines that we're hoping will drive growth, will drive earnings for companies, really aren't showing the kind of
Okay, so now, of course, he is talking about this, in very minutia, right? But this is a financial channel, right? Reuters is usually doing a lot of financial fucking news, to be honest. And, the capitalists are concerned every time the GDP goes down 0.1% or growth goes down. Whenever manufacturing index goes down 0.01% or something like that, right? So, oftentimes I try not to worry about these kinds of things, but, it's at least something to keep track of. All right. And they are, at least at this time, some people concerned about the lack of increased growth, as we had been in an incredibly high growth period for a very long time. And some places, especially China, like he mentioned, are experiencing turndowns. A lot of that has to do with the fact that inflation everywhere is pretty high. These corporations are just trying to squeeze every dollar as they possibly can. They have been for too long, and it's an unsustainable model, honestly. Let's go here. Talk a little bit about this, as apparently the the commissioner of the EU, Francis Breton, has suddenly, I believe it was overnight in France, or wherever he was. I guess he might have been in Belgium, Brussels, but yeah, he suddenly resigned. So let's look at this really quickly.
Yeah, this really caught people by surprise here in Brussels this morning because Thierry Breton has been one of the most powerful commissioners during Ursula von der Leyen's first term. But it wasn't just the fact of the announcement, it was also what he said in his resignation letter, where he attacked the president, accusing her of going behind his back and trying to get him fired by talking to French President Emmanuel Macron and saying that this was in line with her, quote, questionable governance.
Is it just you, or is my helmet bigger than it should be? No, my helmet is the normal size. Normal size. Alright, you caught me. I have upper body shaped like Johnny Bravo. Sort of tall head and V-shaped body.
Over the entirety of her term. Now, it's no secret that these two politicians do not like each other. They often feuded both in public and in private. Most recently, last month, when Breton sent a letter to Elon Musk, the X-owner, just ahead of his interview with Donald Trump, warning that X had to abide by EU law in terms of misinformation, von der Leyen, through her spokesperson, really threw Breton under the bus for that, saying that he hadn't consulted with the Commission and was basically just speaking for himself. The big question here is, did he jump or was he pushed? Did President Macron make him resign, or did he, as he seems to be suggesting in his letter, resign of his own volition and his own principle once he found out that von der Leyen was trying to get him out? Now, the reporting from Paris today has suggested that the Elysée was just as surprised by this as the Berlaymont EU headquarters here behind me this morning. However, the speed with which they came up with a new nominee kind of begs the question whether they were really caught by surprise, because they came up with a new nominee just within hours, and that person is Stéphane.
That does seem fast. But hey, maybe they were just on the ball. Maybe they just had somebody ready. But it is very sudden. He seemingly gave zero notice. I mean, granted, there was some contentiousness in the European Parliament for multiple reasons recently. And as he mentioned, it was particularly as it related to Breton. But, yeah. I guess we'll have a different European Commissioner now. I don't know. I can't remember. Did he say who it was? Either way. Well, we'll find out. Alright. We started late, so I'm gonna have to go straight here to the Middle East. Let's go to Al Jazeera English from 12 hours ago, where apparently Iran's president gave his first news conference, and yeah, let's listen to a little bit of that. During this, he apparently vowed retribution for the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, who was killed on Iranian territory in Tehran. Hold on, let me just get to this video. There we are.
Iran's new president has held his first news conference since taking office. Speaking in Tehran, Israel's war on Gaza was among the many questions that he was asked. Masoud Pezeshkian said retaliation for the assassination of Hamas's political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, is still on the cards.
Israel has assassinated Ismail Haniyeh. They wish to have tension growing in the region. They wish to destabilise the region. We maintained self-restraint, yet we have reserved our right to respond. We will respond to the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. However, we are pursuing every possible path conducing to ending the war on Gaza.
Abbas Aslani is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He joins us from Tehran. Abbas, it's good to have you on the program. Look, there were several topics, in fact, many topics that the Iranian president broached, including the one we just mentioned, the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran a month and a half ago. What stood out to you? If there was one thing that you had to pick out from that hours-long press conference, what's the main thing for you?
As you said, this was the first press conference when it was lengthy and there were lots of questions. Foreign policy issues were among those highlighted ones, including the tensions with the West, and there were some questions on them. And he seemed to somehow highlighting those, let's say, issues and trying to interact with European countries. And he didn't even rule out any interaction or engagement with the United States on the nuclear deal or on the Ukraine conflict and Iran and Russia's cooperation. And the regional issues, including the cooperation with, some Arab countries and Muslim countries, as well as the what is happening in Gaza was also among those issues. And the current Iranian president and government
Abbas, if I can jump in, if I can jump in, you're an expert on Iran. My question is, when you watched this, it lasted for hours. What stood out to you? Is there a moment where you thought, oh, this is different?
There are difficult questions to address in terms of foreign policy as well as those domestic related issues. And I think he tried to somehow, to indicate that his government is trying to address some issues internally, like the internet freedom, as well as foreign policy.
If you can't tell, the answer is, well, not quite. Wasn't clear that he was any different from the former president who, I mean, supposedly there was quite a lot of daylight between the two of them on paper. What's this new guy's name again? I can't remember. But the new president of Iran is supposedly more of a reformist than the last president who died in that, what was it? It was like a helicopter or plane crash earlier this year. He was more of a conservative hardliner, but at least in this first address, it doesn't appear there's much, at least discernible, immediately, sort of distinguishable difference at this time. But we'll see. Gotta figure he's probably under a lot of pressure. First news conference and all, but 3 hours does seem like a long time for there not to be at least some something to take from that. That would be immediately discernible as being different. But hey, maybe I don't understand Iranian. In fact, I probably don't understand Iranian politics well enough to be sure about any of this. But I'm trying to do my best to avail myself of all this. Is that the right use of that word right now? I think it is. My brain is broken. Hold on. I have to do this. Whenever... Yeah, okay. I was right. Sometimes you just gotta know that you're using a word right, so I had to look that up. Alright, let's go to this. This is from CBS News from 8 hours ago. Benjamin Netanyahu weighs in on Houthi missile attack. If you're not aware, the Houthis sent a missile from Yemen to Israel. It made it quite a long ways and through Israel's defenses before apparently exploding just in the air. I don't believe it actually hit any target, but it did cause, like, the pieces of it that exploded in the air did cause fires in some parts of Israel. And here's Benjamin Netanyahu to talk about that recent attack.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to respond after Yemen's Houthi rebels fired a long-range missile at central Israel. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Palestinian officials say an Israeli airstrike in the central part of the territory killed at least 16 people. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer joins us now from Tel Aviv. Elizabeth, what more are you learning about these latest strikes in Gaza?
Well, the Israeli military is still pursuing its stated mission, which is to eliminate Hamas in Gaza. And so the civilian casualties continue to mount. The missile you mentioned flattened a house in the Nusayrat refugee camp right in the middle of the Gaza Strip. Palestinian hospital officials have confirmed that 7 of those killed were in a single family and did include a child. And then there was another strike not too far away in Gaza City, which killed a woman and 2 more children. Meanwhile, the negotiations on a ceasefire and the release of the Israeli hostages appear to be going nowhere. The formal negotiations have so far taken place through mediators in Qatar with U.S. and Egyptian support. We just spoke to Gal Hirsch, who's the Israeli special coordinator for hostages and the missing. He appears to have, in front of our cameras, opened another channel, a public channel, with an offer to the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar. He says that Israel will give Sinwar safe passage out of Gaza if he relinquishes control of the territory and sees that all 101 remaining hostages are returned. And not only Sinwar, Hirsch told us, but the offer extends to Sinwar's family, and he said as many people as he wants to take with him. This, he implied, could end the war. Now, Sinwar...
Okay. Now, it's not clear what the fuck any of this means. And I don't think CBS even knows what it means. Clear passage to what? Because I haven't heard exactly what that means yet. All right. Now, let's go to here. This is Forbes breaking news. 11 hours ago, where State Department official, who was this? Was this Matt Miller? I think this was Matt. I'm pretty sure this was Matt Miller. But I honestly can't remember right now. I'm too tired. It's so late. That's what I get for starting the stream an hour late. Well, an hour later than usual. I did say I intended to start it after 11, but goddamn, this is what we got. All right, let's talk. Let's see what State Department officials here had to say about the apparent IDF investigation of the death of Ashnar Aigi in the West Bank, which we've been talking about now for about, what is it, a week and a half? Nearly 2 weeks, I think. I think it's getting close.
Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. The White House's
I knew it was Matt.
non-contact action where Aigie's family 10 days out from her killing
eyewitnesses themselves tell us that they actually haven't been reached out to for any Israeli-led investigation. Our colleagues at the Washington Post, of course, as you might have seen, reported footage and testimony that seemed to reveal that the Israeli military misled the U.S. and the world in its initial findings of how and when Aisha was shot. When is the President, Vice President going to reach out to Aisha family, and how can the U.S. continue deferring to Israel to investigate itself for killing an American if it has already at best misled and at worst lied in its preliminary findings, and how also given it hasn't reached out to eyewitnesses?
So, as I said, first of all, with respect to her family, which we know are experiencing this horrific tragedy, the U.S. government has had a number of conversations with her family.
Have they?
It is not
I mean, not the president, clearly. Or you'd say the president, right, Matt?
appropriate for me. To get
it's
into
not
those
appropriate.
publicly.
Right.
I never would in a situation like this, and I'm not going to here. But we have reached out to express our deepest condolences. I will say, when it comes to the investigation, I cannot speak for the investigation that's occurring now, other than to say we're going to expect it to be prompt, thorough, and transparent. And if it's not, I don't think anyone should draw conclusions about
I'm sorry. It hasn't been. It's not prompt. It's been 2 weeks. Right? It's been nearly 2 weeks. Hold on. Going back.
I cannot speak for the investigation that's occurring now, other than to say we're going to expect it to be prompt, thorough, and transparent. And if it's not, I don't think anyone should draw conclusions about an investigation while it's ongoing. But at the end of it, we will certainly be happy to look at.
It's unfair for us to draw conclusions while it's ongoing, even though Israel's been just sort of blatantly lying time and time again during its latest investigations. He needs. Oh, that's good. I like that one. He does. You're right. Matt Miller needs a lawyer. But the fact is, he used to work for the Department of Justice. I think Matt is a lawyer. Hold on. Please hold. Now I have to look it up. But I could have sworn that Matthew here is a lawyer. Please hold. I could be wrong. Please. Actually, I take it back. Doesn't appear to have a law degree. He does need a lawyer. This guy.
How the investigation was conducted, what it produced, if there are any deficiencies, and if we don't find that it meets our standards, we'll have more to say at the time.
But is it not a red flag that the initial findings are already big?
One thing I wish that he had asked right here was, what is a timeline that you would define as being prompt? Just give us a date and be conservative, right? Like, you know, push it out as far as you feel you need to feel comfortable, but give me a fucking date as to when you think you would be able to, because you just use the word prompt and that's what you expect from Israel. So what would prompt is a measure of time, right? Quick. It suggests that it would happen shortly, right? And I think we'd all love to know what his definition of that is.
Discredited by testimony and footage.
So I think I already said, you heard me say earlier, even if you accept the initial findings, they don't present an acceptable outcome. Right?
Oh,
Look at the initial findings, and they
that is so comforting, Matt.
Went tragically wrong.
Yeah,
you had the killing of an American citizen that never should have occurred. So
right.
I hear people say that, you know, sort of hold the initial findings up as if they somehow exonerated Israeli security forces. They very much do not. At least in our point of view, they very much do not exonerate them. They reveal the need for a number of changes, and we've made clear that's what needs to happen.
Interesting.
But then when it comes
what
to
kind of changes?
What ultimately happened and getting to the bottom
not
of what
killing
happened,
Americans.
let's see how the investigation plays out. I do think we shouldn't draw any conclusions before it's final.
Really?
And when we see the ultimate investigation, we'll have more to say based on.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about, you know, I wish we had another press conference. You know, we could probably find one because it technically happened earlier. Do you want? No, that's not necessary. I'm sure we could go back to around I don't know, October of last year when Americans had been killed and Matt Miller was behind that podium. You know, just saying. He was very prepared to, you know, when it came to Hamas, right? I mean, he was ready to make all the assumptions of everything and make, you know, accusations and what else did he say he wasn't going to do here? You know, like, he didn't need investigations of anything. Like, I mean, come on. Come on. And now we have an American citizen being killed by somebody that we're giving billions of dollars to, and Matthew, he's just like, no, we gotta give him the benefit of the doubt still. Come on, guys. Come on, you're being too harsh.
And then finally, just on what you've said, that the U.S. is urging the Israeli forces to modify, change its rules of engagement after Aishinur's killing. Of course, there's also World Central Kitchen worker Jacob Flickinger, the teenagers Mohammed Kadur, Tawfiq Abdul-Jabbar, our journalist colleague Shireen Abu Akleh, peace activist Rachel Corrie, 40,000 Palestinians, which of course you've condemned as well, the killing of them. The logic would follow that the U.S. has unconditionally funded a military with evidently insufficient rules of engagement up to this point. So illegal. Is there any U.S. reflection on that idea?
The U.S. reflection on it is that Israel needs to change its policies. And
Oh!
we made that quite clear.
Really?
When it comes to
Which
the World
ones?
Central Kitchen strike, we made clear that they need to change their deconfliction measures and worked with the UN to get new deconfliction measures in place.
What does that even mean, dude? Deconfliction measures? Hold on, I need to look up this nonsense word he just chose to use. That I've literally never heard before. Event deconfliction is defined as the process of determining when law enforcement personnel are conducting an event in close proximity to one another at the same time. Events include law enforcement actions such as raids, undercover operations, surveillance. Oh, I see. He's saying avoiding friendly fire. Oh, okay. I see. He's like, you know, they're trying to shoot Palestinians. Sometimes Americans and other people are getting in the way, and it's a problem. They need to fix that. They need to figure out. You need to get their intelligence right.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Those aren't perfect. We continue to see strikes that result in the death of humanitarian workers. We continue to see strikes in Gaza that lead to the tragic deaths of civilians. As you know, it is a very difficult place in which to conduct a military campaign because you have a terrorist organization that embeds itself and hides itself.
Oh, everything is Hamas's fault. Don't you all get it? Even in the West Bank, a place that Hamas does not control, it's still their fault. It's the reason that Ashnar Aigi is dead. It's all Hamas's fault, all the way from Gaza. Okay, don't you all get it? It's their fault. Oh boy, Matt. Woof, pal. That was rough. I give that 1 out of 10. Okay, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 14 hours ago. Israeli settlers attacked a school. Not in Gaza, of course, but in the West Bank. That makes sense. They ran out of school. They ran out of the schools in Gaza to attack. So now they have settlers attacking West Bank schools.
Israeli settlers have stormed a school in a village northwest of Jericho in the occupied West Bank. They attacked Palestinian teachers and students. A teacher was also arrested. Ida Ibrahim is live in Hebron in the occupied West Bank, a place that's often called the heart of Israel's illegal occupation. So firstly, Nida, another settler attack against a Bedouin community. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Palestinians have been telling us that since late last night, Israeli settlers have been attacking this Bedouin community, resulting in injuring Palestinians there, but also in the arrest of 3 solidarity activists. One of them is an Israeli, and they say that the attack continued this morning. This time it's on a school. Remember, when we talk about Bedouin communities, we talk about people who are living in remote areas, and they often are prevented from building in the areas known as Area C, which is 60% of the occupied West Bank. So what they do is that they bring some small caravans, small tents, and they try to get their...
The existence of things like Area C in the West Bank, a area that encompasses more than 50% of the land, like, it's just, it contravenes everything that Israel is always claiming. Democracy and lack of apartheid and lack of occupation. Practically every supposed foundation of their democratic awesomeness they're always claiming about.
Children to get some basic education. Now, with the increasing settler attacks against them, Palestinians say that they cannot really stay there, causing these attacks are causing a lot of intimidation to their children. We've been seeing a lot of them leaving these areas, and not only that, since the beginning of the war, more than 1,600 Palestinians from the Bedouin communities have been forced to leave the places where they've been for...
What kind of psychos? I mean, I'm shocked they didn't show up with guns, right? Because, you know, that's just one step away from what they're essentially doing here, showing up with bats and rods to beat children at schools. Come the fuck on.
Because of these growing settler attacks against them that often happen under the protection of the Israeli army.
Anita, I wonder if you could give us a snapshot of life there in Hebron. It's a place that's seen increased restrictions, multiple raids, an increase in settler attacks all since the war started. What are people there telling you about life?
Well, they can show us more than they can tell us. And let me show you what we're seeing. This is a road in Hebron in the area known as H2, which falls under the full Israeli military control. And on the streets, believe it or not, only Israeli vehicles are allowed to pass, to drive. Israeli buses we've seen, Israeli police, Israeli settler cars. But Palestinians are only allowed to use this road on foot. Not only that, we are talking about the intimidation that is often caused by the Israeli settlers, who are often attacking Palestinians under the protection of the Israeli army. But since the war started...
This shit is disgusting. It has gone beyond apartheid. Since October 7th, it's become something completely different. Let's go here. Let's talk about Gaza as well.
Israeli forces have again been targeting several areas across Gaza, killing at least 21 Palestinians since dawn. The house in Al-Nusayrat refugee camp in the center of the Strip was flattened during a raid which killed 10 people there. The Israeli military has also shelled areas in and around of Rafah in the south and Beit Hanun in the north. And there was also an Israeli airstrike on a bakery, which killed at least 6 Palestinians. 2 of the victims were children. The attack happened in a camp for displaced Palestinians west of Khan Yunis. And a witness says that an Israeli strike on Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in Gaza City felt like an earthquake. The early morning attack happened when people were asleep.
We were sitting at home and were surprised by a missile that fell on the area. It felt like an earthquake. The people here are trying to live and have nothing to do with anything. Children, young men and women were sitting in their homes. They were all martyred.
Al Jazeera's Tariq Abu Azoum joins us now live from Deir al-Balah. That's inside the Gaza Strip, the central part of the Strip. Tariq, tell us that...
All right. Just a daily reminder that Israel is continuing just a constant stream of destruction on all Palestinians, I guess. It's not just Gaza. Not, you know, it's the West Bank, East Jerusalem. Let's go here to discuss the state of U.S. politics as it relates to Israel and seemingly lack of divide between parties on this particular issue.
We just heard from the Israeli military that they killed 3 hostages that were found dead, I guess, a couple months ago. They killed them early on in their bombing campaign. It almost feels like shock that Israel was going to admit this, but there definitely seems to be more pressure on them. There's also been reports out now how when there was an outcry about the hunger situation in Gaza, Israel let in a trickle of food and is now sort of like tightening up again on it. We also have a story of the first UN worker at least in the past year, who was killed by a sniper in the West Bank. This after an American citizen also killed by an Israeli sniper, which Joe Biden claimed was like an accidental shot that ricocheted, I guess, off the ground up into her head.
Sounds like something Trump would say.
And with a lot of evidence that that, in fact, was not the case, that it wasn't a bullet that bounced on the ground.
No evidence that it was the case.
No evidence.
And the Biden administration has been kind of propping up Yoav Gallant as somebody who's more reasonable within Likud, the defense minister, who they can reportedly work with in this administration. News broke this morning that Netanyahu is apparently planning to fire Yoav Gallant from his post. That's maybe, it hasn't happened yet, but it's this, as we've been saying, the reality of Netanyahu and the far right of the Israeli government being together on this has not changed since October 7th. It's been that reality for this entire period.
Solidified.
Yeah.
Here is Ilhan Omar on with CNN's Caitlin Collins, and commends Harris on her rhetoric, but says, we got to do more.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because there's really important constituencies in places like your home state and Michigan and others.
Suddenly.
There wasn't a lot of time spent on the Israel.
Shit, why is that happening? What the fuck? Does everybody see that? What the hell? Whoa. Why? Why all of a sudden? Why are we being repressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Why do you insist on repressing us? It's very rude. I don't like it. Look at that. The screens are frozen. The lamp is frozen. The earth is frozen. Everything's frozen. This is very sad. This is very sad. Sad as can be. Maybe if I whack my computer, what do you think? Oh, maybe just threats of violence? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll take that. I'll write that down. Remember that for later. Let's try this again.
Which Joe Biden claimed was like an accidental shot that ricocheted, I guess, off the ground up into her head.
Sounds like something Trump would say.
And with a lot of evidence that that in fact was not the case, that it wasn't a bullet that bounced on the ground.
No evidence that it was the case.
No evidence.
And the Biden administration has been kind of propping up Yoav Gallant as somebody who's more reasonable within Likud, the defense minister who they can reportedly work with in this administration. News broke this morning that Netanyahu is apparently planning to fire Yoav Gallant from his post. That's maybe, it hasn't happened yet, but it's this, as we've been saying, the reality of Netanyahu and the far right of the Israeli government being together on this has not changed since October 7th. It's been that reality for this entire period.
Solidified.
Yeah.
Here is Ilhan Omar on with CNN's Caitlin Collins, and commends Harris on her rhetoric, but says, we got to do more.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because there's really important constituencies in places like your home state and Michigan and others. There wasn't a lot of time spent on the Israel-Hamas war that is underway last night between the two candidates. But when they did talk about it, despite Trump saying that Israel would cease to exist if Harris was elected, they largely agree on the policy of that, of supporting Israel and backing it. On a ceasefire hostage deal, she said that she would work around the clock. But she didn't offer any specifics on what that would look like. Was that enough of a plan in your view?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is I believe there is a great appreciation in the empathy and compassion that she offers. But I do believe that voters, both in my district and in Minnesota and across the country that care, want to actually see either an implementation of a ceasefire or an actual concrete answer to how we get a ceasefire.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yoav Gallant spewed genocidal intent and outlined genocidal policy. He did do that. I think on more than one occasion. He's also said just some generally heinous stuff about Palestinians and other. It seems like a bad guy. Not gonna lie, that's just my vibes. That's the vibes I get from this guy.
And why we have not been able to utilize the leverage that we have in order for that ceasefire to be implemented.
And of course, I assume by that, in part, you mean sending arms and weapons to Israel, which is something, we keep
hearing tangible actions that could be taken, right? We are supplying the weapons that are causing the catastrophe. And so, yes, to say you're working around the clock and not, take any actionable steps that the voters and the American people can see makes that rhetoric really hard to swallow.
And is that?
Yep. And the fact is if you go and look at all the different people that are funded by groups such as AIPAC, it reaches across aisles. Across the aisle, right? Democrats and Republicans. Although they have been funding a lot more Republicans recently, but that doesn't really, what does that mean? In terms of, the state of the current government, and is that going to go on? How long is that going to go on for? I don't know. It's hard to say. I think a lot of it has to do with who we elect into office. If you happen to be a Democrat, which I think in a lot of, basically all cases, requires people to be out there voting in primaries. Because otherwise, you just wind up usually with shitty choices at the end.
I want to hear this follow up. You know, that was her rhetoric last night. And so when you hear about the implementation of a ceasefire deal, we hear all the time from the administration, take it or leave it is on the table, take it or leave it is on the table. I talked to the Israeli ambassador to the UN last week. He said the idea of a ceasefire being close is just not realistic at this moment.
And I think that is where it does feel disingenuous, right? Because we hear our Secretary of State Blinken, who has now traveled to Israel, I believe 11 times, you know, who makes these statements as he's departing the country for Egypt, and says we are, you know, very close and deal has been reached. Bibi Netanyahu is there, and then we see the humiliation that follows as Bibi takes the stage right after he departs and says there is no such thing. And I think for a country that is not only considered as a leader in the world, but a country that is directly in support in supplying these weapons to Israel, to you know, not do that after the first time that they backtracked on what they promised us, not do that on the second time, not do that on the third time. Now, you know, 11 months in, I think it is starting to sound like this is not a serious thing that our secretary is working on.
Yep. Congressman Ilhan Omar.
Understated, but accurate.
Carrot and stick, right? So she's opening with the empathy thing to appeal to Harris and her supporters, I guess, but then giving her a path forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think we on this channel have been saying this ad nauseum about this supposed closeness to a ceasefire deal. Because where's the evidence for that? You know, and it's pretty ridiculous. And that was last said weeks ago now. Where's that supposed deal?
Because Ro Khanna now has come out on cable news and said that she should talk about enforcing the law. Elizabeth Warren has done the same, and Ilhan Omar as well.
Sanders.
Still being like, I'm a team player, but this is what you can do. I was just like appreciative of that, because can we pull up this tweet? This was from over the weekend. This is why she needs to now begin to the Biden officials are complaining to ABC that she didn't defend him more in the debate. Selena Wang of ABC reports some White House officials are also disappointed that Harris did not stand up for Biden during the debate. A former Biden White House official tells me many feel Harris missed opportunities to acknowledge that Biden deserves thanks for his service, according to the source. So the point is that they're already she tried to distance herself from Biden in the debate by not really mentioning him. She at one point said, "I'm not Joe Biden, I'm Kamala Harris." She didn't go out of her way to full-throatedly defend Biden in any way, because he's an extremely unpopular president right now.
Exactly. I mean, I was 100% right about that. And I think it was this shrewd politics to be attempting to distance herself from Biden, but we haven't gotten a ton of specifics on what it is that she's going to distance herself from Biden on. Shit, what is this list? Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Let's just talk about this one more time. Israel offers Ismail Haniyeh, leader of Hamas, quote-unquote, safe passage in bid to end war. And you know what's hilarious about this? Right? Because this is a way. I just want to, just before we even...
Israeli
Please
airstrikes
pause.
killed at least 16
Shut up.
people across the Gaza Strip Monday.
Yeah, we know. Every single day they kill 16 people. The thing about this whole thing, and the media immediately jumping on it, that I want to point out, is that this is Israel's attempt to circumvent the ceasefire deal, which they supposedly helped to create, which they supposedly agreed to already, and we know that none of those things are true. And this is their attempt to, once again, not deal with any of that, not attempt to actually come to a ceasefire between Hamas, and just to finish what they've been saying they intend to do, is destroy Hamas. At least that's what I understand about it. And you know, we'll see how that all goes here. But it's just it's really frustrating to me that we're talking about this Israeli circumvention of the supposed Israeli ceasefire deal, right? Hamas already agreed to basically every single one of these proposals. Like, they're like, 'cause there's what, 3 different parts of the plan, right? And they basically said yes to all of these things. And then Israel came back and said, oh, no, we actually need like a bunch of stuff, including one of our neighbors, Egypt, to give us some land, which they've already built on, by the way. They've already built on that land. So it'd be like if you saw a sweet strip of land and then before checking with the city or town, although you know exactly who, it's like, instead of just seeing a sweet strip of land, you know, like, of a particular strip of land that's owned by, I don't know, let's just say a cousin, and you don't like that cousin so much, so you go and you immediately build like a house there before he does, and then, you know, I don't know, it's just, that's where we're at.
Israeli airstrikes killed at least 16 people across the Gaza Strip Monday. That included a strike on a refugee camp in the central part of the city. The fighting comes.
Although, I gotta say, before, it's also wrong. It's a bad analogy still, because Egypt has just been there forever. They had stuff there already. It's so it's an incomplete analogy. My analogies are always lacking.
Israel faces public and international pressure to reach a hostage and ceasefire deal with Hamas. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer has the latest on those negotiations.
The formal ceasefire negotiations have so far taken place through mediators in Qatar with U.S. and Egyptian support. But we just spoke to Gal Hirsch, the Israeli special coordinator for hostages and the missing. He's also a close ally of Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin.
If this guy is in charge of hostages and the missing, then he's failed at his job. How does he still have a job? That is pathetic. You should be ashamed of yourself.
And Hirsch today sidestepped those official channels and renewed and even broadened an offer to Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Israel will give him safe passage out of Gaza if Sinwar relinquishes control of the territory and returns all 101 remaining hostages. The offer would be extended to Sinwar's family too, and Hirsch told us as many people as he wants to take with him. This, Hirsch said, would end the war. Now, Sinwar is never seen in...
You know what would also end the war? The ceasefire deal that's been on the table for 4.5 months, Elizabeth. That's something that should have already done it, but Israel refuses. And now they're trying to come up with new ways to make it seem like everybody else is being unreasonable, as usual. Continuing to gaslight the world. Fun times. Fun times. Alright, let's go here. Democracy Now! Had on a couple of guests, one of them being Daniel Levy, the other being a Palestinian journalist. This was earlier on Monday. Yeah, and this is sort of just the discussion of Netanyahu's campaign of ceaseless and never-ending war and an attempt to keep political power.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Oh, I forgot to say
We
something.
turn now to the ongoing Gaza ceasefire negotiation.
I forgot to mention something. Great job. Second to last video.
As Israeli forces continue their attacks on multiple fronts. The latest Israeli airstrike on Gaza killed at least 10 people in the Nuseirat refugee camp, one of the main areas where families are trying to take shelter in Gaza. Other Israeli attacks targeted Gaza City's Zaytun and Sheikh Ranwan neighborhoods, where another 10 people were killed, including children, according to Al Jazeera. Residents of Nuseirat searched through the rubble of a house after the attack. This is resident Moumen Shaheen.
Our neighbors here are all under the rubble, a family under the rubble, a man, his wife, their children, and the neighbors next to them. We were able to remove around 9 martyrs, all of them children in pieces. May God be sufficient for us, and that is it.
This comes as the official death toll from Israel's war on Gaza has topped 41,200. On Sunday, Gaza's health ministry published a list of the names and ages of every Palestinian killed in Gaza between October 7th and August 31st that it can account for. The first 14 pages of the nearly 650-page document lists residents killed who were under the age of 1 year old. Meanwhile, Israel's admitted there is a high probability 3 Israeli hostages who died in Gaza in November were recovered in December, had been killed in an Israeli strike. The hostages were 2 Israeli soldiers and a civilian. Nick.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna quickly move us a little bit forward here on this and listen to some of this interview.
On the hostage prisoner exchange, I think most of the parameters have been quite clear for a very, very long time. What the real issue is, that the fundamental divergence is about what is the fate of Gaza and the 2.3 million Palestinians who are there. That is what's really at the heart of this. Now, for Hamas coming into these ceasefire negotiations, it is essentially seeking for a full Israeli withdrawal and some kind of path towards returning Gaza to Palestinian control. And it's also signaled, for example, that it's going to be part of an interim government. It is signaled that it does not want to have full control over Gaza itself. And so it is indicating that that is essentially what it's trying to achieve. Now, for the Israeli side, it's quite opposite. It's very little interest in seeing Gaza return to the Palestinians. And Israeli officials, the generals, the politicians have been putting forward various what they call day-after plans. And these range from a long-term deployment of Israeli troops to having Arab states come in with peacekeeping forces to even establishing Jewish settlements. And these are heavily contested, but these are all united by an assumption that Israel is going to be maintaining overarching control of the Gaza Strip. And this is not just something that's theoretical. It's something that they're actively doing on the ground, literally shrinking Gaza through buffer zones, through military corridors, including along the Gaza-Egypt border, what's known as the Philadelphia Corridor. So this is actively, essentially redesigning the occupation of Gaza. This is what's really at the heart of it. And Washington has very clearly sided with the Israeli side of that equation, that it is more willing to allow Israel to create those new facts.
Still, it's lagging. I see it. I see it lagging right now. I don't know why it's doing it, but it's doing it. It shouldn't be doing this, though. No, it's catching up again. Weird. I don't know what's up.
On the ground, and to try to give
Must be
time
the
to the Israelis
servers,
to
YouTube
establish that
servers or
more
something.
so than it is willing to give Gaza back to the Palestinians.
You mentioned the Philadelphia corridor. Daniel Levy, you have Yoav Gallant. Both Yoav Gallant and the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, are being investigated for war crimes and crimes against humanity by the International Court of Justice. But I'm looking at a piece in the Times of Israel. PM nearing move to fire Defense Minister Gallant, replace him with Gideon Sa'ar. Gallant has disagreed with Netanyahu over saying the Philadelphia corridor is that important.
Yes, and it's good to be here in person. What you have is a division between the Israeli Prime Minister and much of his cabinet and the defense minister and elements of the security establishment, not over what Amjad was just describing to you, which is the long-term sense of a permanent Israeli presence in Gaza, indeed over the conduct of this war. But where they disagree is over whether there should be an acceptance of a deal which at a minimum would give a pause to get hostages out, and I would say would also give some respite to a military which has been on this extensive deployment, is struggling, in fact, to replenish its ranks in terms of reservists. Prime Minister Netanyahu worries that any pause...
Yeah, I mean, that much is definitely all true. I mean, we saw... We've been watching Orthodox Jews in Israel getting just absolutely brutalized by Israeli police over their objection to military service because they needed new recruits for all this.
Could make it more difficult for him to resume the war and could lead him to lose his coalition. Netanyahu wants an open-ended war in Gaza, an open-ended war in the West Bank. Since 28th of August, Israel has been conducting a more extensive, they're always operating, but a more extensive, more destructive military operation, including against infrastructure in the West Bank, and an open-ended war on the northern front with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So he's at odds with those guys. He wants to get rid of not only his defense minister, but some of the senior military echelon in order to complete his takeover of the Israeli elites. Again, the differences matter. The differences aren't that significant when it comes to Palestinian rights. They matter in terms of the immediacy of the intensity of the genocide. What's interesting in the last weeks, and you referenced that yellow pin that Prime Minister Netanyahu was wearing and the criticism from the families of those Israelis being held in Gaza, what's interesting in recent weeks is the extent to which the US efforts have also sided with Netanyahu in this internal disagreement with his defense minister, with the hostage families, with the security establishment. I think mostly that's because of the Biden administration's slavish devotion to running cover and preventing accountability for Israel, slavish devotion to Israeli narratives. There's probably some amateurishness and some unintentionality thrown in there as well. But that is where we are.
Why do you think this is going on? I mean, you're not normally here in the United States, but you are here right now, so you can see very directly the coverage of U.S. politics leading up to the Democratic Convention, when the Democrats were concerned of a repeat of 1968 mass protests, particularly around the issue of Gaza. Inexplicably, they announced that they were okaying, what, $20 billion more weapons for Israel. And it was right before, supposedly, President Biden was pressuring Netanyahu for a ceasefire. But they okayed this tens of billions of dollars of weapon before they were pushing him to okay a ceasefire, which, of course, he didn't. And, of course, if he falls from office, if there isn't an open-ended war, he could go to trial and end up in jail, which might lead us to understand why Netanyahu is pushing so hard to keep all of this open and not have a ceasefire.
And it's ideological. I don't want to leave that out of the equation. It's political, it's coalition.
Okay, well, the stream is lagging so bad, I think I'm gonna have to end it there. Sorry, people. It just looks terrible. And I don't know what the actual video is going to look like at the end here, but it's bad. I'm sure some people are noticing. So, God. I'm sorry. Huh? What just happened? Well, it's quite a night. It's a pleasure having all you folks here. This here spacecast. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Well, you didn't think I was gonna forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Epoch, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here helped contribute to this show, making it possible. You can too, for a few dollars a month. Alright, this is going to be a very quick after stream. Sorry everyone, I'm just... Oh, it's very late. Started over an hour later than usual. Jesus Christ, look at it. It's so bad. It's just one frame. Single frame. Why is this happening?